YouTube, how you doing? My name is Michael, and today I'm going to make a video reacting to a bunch of right-wing videos. I don't really have too much to say before we get into this. In an effort to save time, I organized all my sources and everything so we can go straight to them, straight to the page number and whatnot. I tried to make a video similar to this a couple weeks ago, but it ended up, the majority of the time was me looking for sources and me going through sources, because in that video I wanted to show you guys how I conduct research, and I wanted to demonstrate sort of a live train of thought, but it ended up being insanely long. I spent like 2.5 hours, almost 3 hours on just one video, but that video was also pretty long too. But anyways, like I said, to save time, I've organized my sources and stuff. The only thing that I'm going to say up front is I like to play the video first so you guys can hear it all out without me interrupting, without me sort of trying to alter, I guess, or alter your initial opinion or your initial first impressions. Some people, when they do commentaries over videos or react videos, they pause the video every 3 seconds and then they add their 2 cents. Which makes it kind of hard to listen to or follow what the person in the video is trying to convey, as you're constantly being interrupted. And also what I found is sometimes when they make these videos, they don't let them get their full point across before they start interjecting themselves. So I'm going to let you guys watch the video first, and then I'm going to replay it, and I'm going to comment on it through the second time through that we watch it. And another concern of mine is I've been having internet issues. I'm kind of in a far back room where the Wi-Fi doesn't reach me as good, so I hope the Wi-Fi doesn't drop out. I also have had issues accessing some of these news article sites, because you have to pay after you read a certain amount of articles, and I've reread the same article many times. I've also seen pretty much every single one of these videos that we're about ready to watch at least 5 times, if not some of them I've watched more, just because I want to make sure I'm understanding things properly or whatnot, and see if I missed anything. And then what's another thing? I think that's it. I think we're ready to go. So, excuse me. So let's get right into the news. So the first video is called "Marxist Student Gets Hit with a Dose of Reality." I'm pretty sure it's Charlie Kirk and Candace Owens. Yes, we don't need 2 YouTubes. And that's the third thing I wanted to say is,
hey everybody, I have driven out here to,
I don't know what this is. Oh, this is an ad.
Someplace.
Because these videos are copyrighted and monetized, they're on like pretty popular channels. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to upload this to YouTube without it being flagged, copyrighted, or whatever you want to call it. So I might upload it to another video site and then link it to whoever from there. So, and if I do upload this to YouTube, I'm not going to post it on my main account, more than likely, because YouTube sometimes gives people strikes for talking about politics nowadays. It's a weird time, so.
Ever considered how most corporations in America are structured essentially like private dictatorships, and most employees do not have any democratic control over their own workplaces? And do you think maybe that's part of the issue?
Just because someone gets rich doesn't mean someone gets poor. When someone works for somebody else, they're getting a wage, they're getting an opportunity. They're being able to get their kids through college, put food on the table. Where we disagree the most with the Marxist left is that the Marxists come after this and they will say it is inherently exploitation if someone is gaining wealth. That is wrong. That is fundamentally wrong. If you buy a product, not only did someone have to make the product, but they have a job, they have a wage, they're able to provide for themselves. But if your product isn't good, people are not going to buy it. If your product is worthless, people are not going to keep on buying it time and time again. That is why things get better over time. Capitalism does 3 things. Makes prices go down, quality go up, and more people that have more stuff. That is why the poorest people in America are the richest people in the world.
What about like people who don't have any money? If you use money to determine people's wants and needs, then essentially people who don't have any money are going to be left out.
This is, I mean,
It's like when
what do you
money
mean,
is
how,
speech.
what do you mean? How do you count people with no money? This is America. If you have no money, you can work hard and you will be awarded for that. I started with absolutely nothing in my life. So I'm the person you're looking for. I'm the person you're looking for. I started my life $150,000 in debt, came from a two-parent home. Apparently, my parents divorced. They couldn't give me any money. I was out on my own since I was 16 years old. I'm doing pretty well right now. You want to know what I did? I didn't turn to the government. I didn't cry. I didn't say white man bad or orange man bad. I got a job and I started working, and I paid down my student
Give
loan.
it up for Candace. Woo! Would you like to trade in your shirt for a Socialism Sucks shirt, or?
Hilarious. Hold on, sorry, I'm looking at something. So, let's replay the video. So first off, I don't know this guy's political views in their entirety. I know he's got the gray shirt on and whatnot. So just because I'm kind of elaborating or defending his position doesn't necessarily mean that I condone or agree with everything that he might believe. And we can only prove, I guess, what he believes based off of what he has said in this video. So some people might try to just redirect the conversation to other assumptions and implications. So.
Have you ever considered how most corporations in America are structured essentially like private dictatorships, and most employees do not have any democratic control over their own workplaces? And do you think maybe that's part of the issue?
Just because someone gets rich doesn't mean someone gets poor.
Okay, just because somebody gets rich doesn't mean someone else gets poor. So let's take a look at some surveys. Oops. So this is a PYMNTS survey. And then the first point. No thanks. I tried to make this easy to find. This is a learning curve for me, guys, so I do apologize. I did 2 quotes. So as you can see, according to this survey, a large portions of Americans are living hand to mouth and have almost no savings. Then down here you can see a number that says 59.2 share of consumers living paycheck to paycheck. And that's all I wanted to touch on for this survey. Whoops. I need to be careful what link I click on. And you can see that I've listed the sources. The next one is a survey done by a career builder. My goal is to just quickly get to the source and quickly get to the point. If you want to read the full articles, feel free to look them up. So this was a survey done by career builders saying 78% of workers U.S. workers live paycheck to paycheck to make ends meet. Okay. So now we have 2 surveys saying the same thing, 2 separate surveys. So the next one we're looking at is from the Charles Schwab 2019 Modern Wealth Survey Findings. It's a PDF file I gotta go find. And then this is supposed to be on page 7. So according to the survey, 59% live paycheck to paycheck. And only 38% have a built-up emergency fund. And this is obviously related to Americans. So we now have 3 surveys saying that most Americans live paycheck to paycheck and that they ultimately don't have any savings. So let's go to the 4th source, which is from the Federal Reserve. Economic preparedness. And then I have the quote I wanted to grab. Whoops. And like I said, I'm doing this to try to save time. So, according to the Federal Reserve Economic Preparedness, 46% of adults say they either could not cover an emergency expense costing $400 or would cover it by selling something or borrowing money. So, 46% of adults cannot afford an emergency expense of $400, right? So, we've looked at basically what? Four things saying we looked at two that said basically no Americans had any form of real savings, and then we looked at other sources that said most Americans live paycheck to paycheck. All right. This next article is from CNBC. Jeff Bezos added $13 billion to his net worth in one day, and that's a record. And this might be kind of redundant, but the billionaire Amazon CEO set a record when his net worth jumped by $13 billion in just one day on Monday, according to Bloomberg. Right? So this is another article. This one's done by Forbes. CEO pay skyrockets to 361 times that of the average worker. I'm just going to close this since I keep accidentally clicking on it. We'll come back to that. Last year, CEO pay... Oh, for crying out loud. Of course, there's an ad. Sorry about that. I can only do so much. I'm trying to show you guys the article so it's not just me talking. Last year's CEO pay at a S&P 500 index firm soared to an average of 361 times more than the average rank and file worker, or pay of $13,940,000 a year, according to an AFL-CIO Executive Pay Watch news release. Okay. So you can see that this CEO, there's other ones that are saying it's 200 and something, like around 250 times. There's others saying it's 200 times, whatever. But what they all conclude is that CEOs get paid far more than the average worker. And next we're looking at an article that talks about I believe a Census Bureau figure, and it just summarizes it. So we're going to look at the article first that summarizes it, and then we can read the Census Bureau notes. My computer's kind of freezing up. That's weird. That's weird. Whoa, what just happened? Did I accidentally click on the wrong article? Anyways, this one's from USA Today. Income inequality grew again, the highest level in more than 50 years, Census Bureau says. The gap between the have and have-nots in the United States grew last year to its highest level in more than 50 years of tracking income inequality, according to Census Bureau figures. Okay. So next we're going to look at the 2018 Census Bureau Income and Poverty in the United States report. I believe this is 2018. And it should be on page 35, table 4. and I think it's pronounced the Gini. It's a certain index that they use to measure income inequality. Let's just do this. Okay, so here it is. This is table A4, selected measures of household income dispersion between 1967 to 2018. I don't know why it says that when it's 2011 to 2018. Maybe there's another page. Yeah, it looks like there's multiple pages. But the number we're looking for that backs up that survey is this. So here's the index that measures income inequality. So you can see that in 2011, it was at 0.477. And then in 2018, it was at 0.486, right? So this number is rising. And once again, I think it's pronounced the Gini index of income inequality, but this is according to the Census Bureau. So income inequality is rising. So let's exit out of this. Let's go back to this.
Private dictatorships, and most employees do not have any democratic control over their own workplaces. And do you think maybe that's part of the issue?
Just because someone gets rich doesn't mean someone gets poor.
So he says just because someone else gets rich doesn't mean someone else gets poor. Okay, Charlie, but as we just touched on, the wealthy income inequality is rising. We have billionaires gaining billions of dollars in a single day. We have most Americans living paycheck to paycheck. And we also have that a majority of Americans don't even have $400 worth of savings. I think that number was what, 46%? Can't even afford a $400 emergency. I've seen other surveys that say it's even higher than that, and so so even if it's 46%, that's nearly half the country. I think it's safe to assume if we increase the number that they would have to pay in an emergency, that number would also rise. For example, if we said, can you afford $1,000 emergency? I think more than half the country wouldn't be able to afford that emergency. So he has this smirk and smug look on his face like he's so smart and intelligent. But when you look at the data, you have people getting far more wealthy and other people are struggling to make ends meet.
When someone works for somebody else, they're getting a wage, they're getting an opportunity. They're being able to get their kids through college, put food on the table. Where we disagree.
So he says when somebody works for somebody else, they're getting an opportunity. They're getting a chance to put food on the table and pay for college. All right. I don't know why I messed up the links in some of these. It's okay. It's too late now to go back. Ugh. I tried to list the exact link so I could quickly go for it and I didn't have to search for the article, but I messed up. So this is Feeding America. Okay. In 2019, 30 million people lived in poverty in America. For a family of four, that means earning just $25,000 per year. Before the coronavirus pandemic, more than 35 million people struggled with hunger in the United States, including 10 million children. The coronavirus pandemic has left millions of families without stable employment. More than 54 million people, including 18 million children, may experience food insecurity in 2020. So, takeaway, in 2019, prior to the pandemic, around 10 million 10 million children struggled with hunger in the United States. And around 34 million people lived in poverty. So that's before the coronavirus. Okay, so before the coronavirus, once again, 10 million children were food insecure. Now with the coronavirus, it's estimated to be around 18 million children. I messed up for multiple sources. Wow, I didn't put the exact link. I even went through this multiple times to make sure I did, but let's see if this is the article. So this is from, I apologize, Children's Defense Fund. 1 in 6 children in the U.S. are living in food insecure households. And that was according to 2017, just so you guys don't think that that's related to COVID. And that translates to, by the way, 16.6%. 16.6% of children are living in food insecure households. That's a lot of children. That's nearly 20%. And here's just highlighting that it was prior to COVID. And I'll read it again. And I know I'm kind of being redundant, but I want to make sure you guys follow. Yet more than 1 in 6 children, 12.5 million, lived in food insecure households in 2017, lacking consistent access to adequate food. I skipped over that source. So far we're 25 seconds into the video, and he said that just because somebody's getting rich doesn't mean other people are getting poor. We talked about income inequality. We talked about how wealth is shifting to the top 1% of people, while other people, nearly half the country, if not more than half the country, struggles paycheck to paycheck to make ends meet, and they can't afford a $400 emergency expense. So those are the facts that we're currently on. So remember when he said, what about people who don't have any money? I don't know if he said that yet. I've seen this video a million times. But anyways, so this is an article that talks about food waste during the pandemic. It's done by the New York Times. It's entitled Dumped Milk, Smashed Eggs, Plowed Vegetables, Food Waste of the Pandemic. And you can see that I already have the quotes there, but I want you guys to read them for yourself. So I go to the article directly. In Wisconsin and Ohio, farmers are dumping thousands of gallons of fresh milk into lagoons and manure pits. An Idaho farmer has dug huge ditches to bury 1 million pounds of onions. And in South Florida, a region that supplies much of the eastern half of the United States with produce, tractors are crisscrossing bean and cabbage fields, plowing perfectly ripe vegetables back into the soil. After weeks of concern about food shortages in grocery stores and mad scrambles to find the last box of pasta or toilet paper roll, many of the nation's largest farms are struggling with another ghastly effect of the pandemic. They are being forced to destroy tens of millions of pounds of fresh food that they can no longer sell. So we just talked about how 1 in 6 children, nearly 20% of all children, were food insecure prior to COVID-19. We then talked about how nearly 18 million children are food insecure during COVID-19. And then we see an article like this where farmers are going out and destroying millions of dollars worth of crops in produce because it's not quote unquote profitable for them. Do you see the issues with that? Do you not see the issues with that? It's not, we have millions of children that are starving, but it's not profitable for us. Okay, we can't just give this away for free. You don't see the problem with that? That's capitalism, baby. You have to fucking pay or you can't have it. Why would we just give it away for free? Fuck those children. So, another thing to consider with this article is that there were logistic concerns in how they would transport the food and who would pick the food. Fair enough. Okay? But we couldn't have sent in some troops or something to pick it. I'm sure we could have found a way to save these crops and to give them to the needy. I'm sure there was a way. It doesn't seem like it's logistically impossible to do. So I don't understand it. I really don't understand, man. Apparently I missed a quote. Like, I have the quote here, but like I said, I wanted to show it from the article. The amount of waste is staggering. The nation's largest cooperative, Dairy Farms of America, estimates that farmers are dumping as many as 3.7 million gallons of milk each day. A single chicken processor is smashing 750,000 unhatched eggs every week. A lot of fucking food waste. Kind of back up a little.
Get their kids through college. Put food on the table. Where we just
let's watch it in its entirety.
The issue.
Just because someone gets rich doesn't mean someone gets poor. When someone works for somebody else, they're getting a wage. They're getting an opportunity. They're being able to pay, get their kids through college. Put food on the table. Where we disagree the most with the market.
So a lot of people actually can't put food on the table. Like I said, most people live paycheck to paycheck also, and they don't have any savings. And then he talks about just because somebody gets rich doesn't mean someone else gets poor. Yeah, we're getting far more rich than you. And then he talks about affording college. Let's look. Can most people afford college? You get an opportunity to put your kids through college. Okay, Charlie. Okay, Charlie. But for a large number of high earners, most universities are out of reach as well. According to research by the Institute for Higher Education Policy, even families earning over $100,000 a year can't afford nearly 60% of colleges. And this is from CNN Money. Now even high earners can't afford college. So I don't know what he's talking about with these delusional ideas that most people can just pay out of pocket completely to put their kids through college. Or even have, we just talked about how most people don't even have $500 worth of savings, yet you think they have enough money to put their kid through college? And this video, what is this video called? Marxist student gets hit with a dose of reality? Yeah, I don't see that happening so far.
Marxist left is that the Marxists come after this and they will say, it is inherently exploitation if someone is gaining wealth. That is wrong. That is fundamental.
It is exploitation when people rig the tax code in their favor so they are able to pay $0 in taxes, right? And then what that does is it creates a deficit in federal income. It creates a deficit. And then they turn around and they take that money that they're losing from the deficit and they pass the tax expenses onto normal people. That is exploitation. It is exploitation when you can afford lobbyists and you can buy politicians and you can get all these laws passed in your favor to where you pay $0 in corporate tax, or you pay very little in corporate tax, or you hide your money overseas so you don't have to pay any taxes. And then that money that would go to help benefit the community as a whole, there's now a deficit. We're going negative. So then Republicans turn around and they pass those expenses onto the middle class, or they say we need to cut health and social programs.
Mentally wrong. If you buy a product, not only did someone have to make the product, but they have a job, they have a wage, they're able to provide for themselves. But if your product isn't good, people are not going to buy it. If your product is worthless, people are not going to keep on buying it time and time again. That is why things get better over time. Capitalism does three things: makes prices go down, quality go up, and more people that have more stuff. That is.
So let's just debunk one of those right off the top. Okay, capitalism doesn't always result in prices going down. And I'm going to give you an infamous example. You could say overall it does. Fine. In most instances it does, sure. But let's look at this. This is from KHN. And in 2015, when Martin Shkreli, the CEO of Turing Pharmaceuticals and the notorious Pharma Bro, jacked up the cost of life-saving drug dopamine by 5,000% overnight, its price tag skyrocketed from $13.50 a pill to $750 a pill. So here's another thing I wanted to touch on. Shkreli, 35, is now serving a 7-year prison term for securities fraud unrelated to Daraprim, however you say it. So he price gouged the cost of a life-saving drug, and the options under capitalism were you either fucking pay for it or you die. Those were the two options there, okay? And he was arrested for security fraud. He wasn't even arrested for this price gouging. Here's another article. Well, it's not really an article. It's from the Census Bureau. It's titled "Gross Rents Continue to Rise," I believe. Well, we'll see what the title is. I mainly summarize the title based on the subject of the article. It's called "Gross Rents Continue to Rise." Let's just do this. The nation experienced an overall average increase of $21 in median gross rent, according to statistics released from the 2012-2016 American Community Survey 5-year estimates compared to 2007 to 2011 American Community Survey 5-year estimates results, which has been adjusted for inflation. So rents rising. In some cases, the cost of medicine's rising due to greed, and the fact that their goal is to make profits for the shareholder rather than give a fuck about the stockholders rather than care about the community. We also pay per capita, I believe, some of the highest healthcare costs in the world. The United States does.
That is why the poorest people in America are the richest people in the world.
So even if even if the poorest people in America are the richest in the world, which I believe to be true, from what I've read in the past, I don't know if it still is, that doesn't mean that living in poverty in America is a cakewalk, right? That's no reason to dismiss real struggles that people are facing. That is the dumbest thing ever. I thought we would aspire higher than that. I thought we weren't just going for, well, our poorest people in this country are richer than the other poor people in the world. Let's just address that fact too. What do you mean by the poor people in America are the richest in the world? Are you saying that in other countries they don't have a higher GDP per capita, which I don't like to use because it's kind of misleading? But are you saying that other countries, they don't have a strong middle class, and therefore the middle class of X country is somehow poorer than the people living in poverty over here? I don't necessarily think that's true, actually, when I think about it. I think there's more to that quote unquote fact than he likes to lead on. But
What about like people who don't have any money? If you use money to determine people's wants and needs, then essentially people who don't have any money are going to be left out.
Look at this guy's face. Look at this guy's face. What a dumb question. What about people who don't have money? Yeah, kind of like those 18 million kids right now that are food insecure, or those, 10 million to 11 million children prior to COVID that were food insecure. What a dumb question. What do you mean if you don't have any money? and then he said too, didn't he say that that basically if you're there's plenty of people who still work 40 hours a week in like, I believe, classify as living in poverty or something like that. Like,
This is,
It's like when money is speech.
what do you mean? How do you account people with no money? This is
she doesn't make the connection. What do you mean? How do you account for people with no money? What about the homeless or children? And her attitude.
America.
Oh
If you have no money, you can work hard and you will be rewarded for that. I started with absolutely nothing in my life, so I'm the person you're looking for.
Not necessarily, Candace. There are plenty of people who work 40 hours a week and take home around 24 grand a year and have multiple kids and struggle to make ends meet. Is 40 hours a week not good enough anymore? Do they have to work 80? Like,
I'm the person you're looking for. I started my life $150,000 in debt. Came from a two-parent home. My parents divorced. They couldn't give me any money. I was out on my own since I was 16 years old. I'm doing pretty well right now. You want to know what I did? I didn't turn to the government. I didn't cry. I didn't say white man bad or orange man bad. I got a job and I started working. And I paid down my student loan.
Give it up for Candace!
okay. Wow. Just because your specific example turned out to be a success story doesn't mean that there's millions of other people who do make an effort to better themselves and do make an effort to work hard and somehow still fail or do still fail. People who are quote unquote successful kind of have big egos, and they don't seem to realize how much of their success is often contributed to luck. Like, for example, Jeff Bezos, kind of at the right place at the right time. You know, it was the .com era. No one else had ever done it before. And same with Facebook. You know, you had MySpace, but the people were starting to use the internet at a higher rate or whatever. They think that these things are easily reproduced. And I'm not saying by any means that you cannot be successful or whatever like that. But Candace Owens is a TV personality who makes millions of dollars a year. Most people can't just become like Fox News talking heads that make millions of dollars a year. It's not really realistic. If it was just a matter of effort, then virtually everyone would be a millionaire. And that's just one of the dumbest concepts to promote.
My parents divorced. They couldn't give me any money. I was out on my own since I was 16 years old. I'm doing pretty well right now. You want to know what I did? I didn't turn to the government. I didn't cry. I didn't say white man bad or orange man bad. I got a job and I started working. And I paid down my student loan.
Give it up for Candace!
You were able to pay down your student loans, your $150,000 worth of debt, because you get paid millions of dollars a year. That's not the case. I know plenty of people who are nurses or whatever and had a student loan debt of around $50,000 and they're still paying it back roughly a decade later. And nurses make around 60 grand a year, which is, I believe, considered to be white collar. But that's not the premise of this video.
Woo! Would you like to trade in your shirt for a Socialism Sucks shirt, or?
Hilarious. Would you like to trade in your shirt for Socialism Sucks shirt? That's hilarious, Charlie. So, we've covered the first disgusting video, if you want to call it that. Just completely dishonest. So let's just recap. Let's just go through these quickly and recap, right? 2 surveys saying anywhere between roughly 60 to 78% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck. Okay? And then we have 2 statistics saying around half the country has virtually either no emergency fund or can't afford a $400 emergency expense. And then we looked at how Jeff Bezos gained netted $13 billion in a single day. We looked at how the average payment of a CEO has risen, and it's in some cases 361 times that of the average worker. We looked at how income inequality is increasing and has been increasing in the last decade overall. We looked at how children are going hungry, and nearly 20% of all children are food insecure in this country, and right now it's even higher because of COVID. We looked at farmers destroying crops because it wasn't profitable for them to either pick them or give them out for free. We discussed how most parents can't afford to put their kids through college. We looked at price gouging of pharmaceuticals. We looked at rent, gross rent continuing to rise. So how come he didn't mention any of that in his video? I don't know. It just seems suspicious. Next video is called Liberals Love Trump's Tax Plan When Told It's Bernie's Tax Plan. Ooh, this must be good. Sneaky, sneaky.
Ta-da! Did you know Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need?
I should get a quote.
These commercials are terrible. You're so sneaky.
This week, Donald Trump released his new tax plan, which was immediately shot down by his political opponents on the left. But what would those same people think if they were told that that tax plan was actually Bernie Sanders' plan? Today we're at George Washington University in Washington, D.C. to find out. What were your thoughts on Trump's tax plan when you saw it?
It's very better for the upper class than anyone else.
Pretty much horrible for the middle class, especially the lower class.
I mean, not ideal.
It's probably not the most efficient nor beneficial to the general populace.
Pretty negative. I feel the same.
Yeah.
So Bernie Sanders came out with his plan. Some people call it the compassionate alternative. So we're getting opinions on Bernie's plan. First, one of Bernie Sanders' plans is to enhance the child tax credit, which is tax money given back to families when they have children. What do you think of that? Positive or negative?
Positive.
All right.
Same. I was a social worker, so I understand how important tax credits like that are.
Parents that have children go through a lot, and I think giving back money to them really, in turn, helps the children. I think that's great.
I think that's positive, definitely.
Positive, definitely.
Next up, eliminating the death tax. So when people die, it's a large tax on their estate that goes to their family. What do you think of that?
I think that's definitely something that we should be doing.
I do think that's a good idea because I'm from New Jersey and we used to have like a really heavy inheritance tax.
I'm in favor of that.
I would say more positive.
I think I agree with that.
Bernie is planning to lower the small business tax rate to a maximum of 25%. I think that's a positive or negative?
I definitely think that's a positive.
I feel very positively toward that. My family has a small business, so I would definitely think that's a positive thing.
Taxing them less makes more sense.
Any way we can help small businesses work and thrive, it's definitely something that's beneficial for the country.
I think that would be great.
Overall, main idea of the plan, what do you think? Bernie did a good job, bad job?
I think overall, good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, good job.
All
Good
right.
job, Bernie.
I think it's a definitely good plan, a positive plan that can help everyone.
I think it's pretty good. Like, definitely better than whatever Trump is proposing. I would make that leap right there.
Got it.
So
What if I told you this actually is Donald Trump's tax plan, not Bernie's?
you got me.
It is. It's Trump's plan.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
All of these are actually Trump's ideas. This is actually Trump's plan.
Wow.
Wow, that's interesting. Wow.
I am shocked that I do agree with Trump on certain things.
Okay.
Interesting.
I'm definitely happily surprised that it's like sounds a lot better than I would have expected it to.
I would have imagined he would be a little more stupid than that.
Okay. So, but it's not a stupid plan?
No, I don't think so. But I think if you said it was Trump, at least for many people, it would be more opposition to it just because it was Trump.
It could be a policy of giving me ice cream, but if it's Trump, I'd be like, what's in that ice cream?
I definitely think there's an initial bias. I mean, I've done it myself. Like, I'll just like hear the word Trump and I'm like, ugh. I definitely think that's something to like need to be like looked over.
People, once they hear Trump or like Republican, they become like, oh, they suck no matter what.
I think people definitely hear the name and start to think things automatically. And also because a lot of people just go to the same news sources, the same media, it makes it tough to get other points of views.
Oh lord, this video is fucking laughably bad. It has over 3 million views, and the comments on these videos warrant a whole nother video of their own. It's called "Critical Thinking Hurts Their Heads" is the top comment. My professor told me Trump is bad, so blah blah blah. Okay, so this video did accomplish one thing. It proved that the people that they interviewed are largely uneducated in terms of policies. However, their stereotypes that Trump's tax plan basically is terrible and benefits only the wealthy is accurate when you actually look at the plan. And he frames these questions in such a way, well, do you think they should get a tax credit for children? Don't you care about the children? Do you think that Trump's tax cut to give families more money per child is a good thing? What about the estate tax? When people die, don't you think we shouldn't tax their estate? And small businesses, shouldn't we give small businesses a tax break? When you frame things like that, yeah, they sound pretty fucking good. But when you dig into the substance of these policies, they're everything these students assume they were. They're terrible. They benefit the wealthy. They don't give a fuck about you. And it's just pure corruption. But then people like this, critical thinking hurts their heads. Have you ever even read any of these policies, dude? Like, and I want to point out, this video was made in October 20th, 2017. So his tax plan has obviously changed since then. But we're going to be reacting to his initial proposals and things like that. Oh my god.
This week, Donald Trump released his new tax plan, which
I
was
got
immediately
them.
shot down by...
I'm so clever.
When you saw it.
It's very
Fabulous.
Pretty negative.
Positive or negative?
So
Is
let's start
to
with the
enhance
first one. Increase child tax credits, right? So you remember how I said this video was made in October 20th, 2017? I do apologize for my computer being slow. I'm also running a screen recording program in the background, and it's an old computer. Washington Post, obviously. No, we're not buying these boots. The White House is pursuing a new approach to providing relief for families burdened by child care costs after receiving criticism that a campaign proposal would have done little to help working class families while providing disproportionate benefits to well-off parents. Didn't mention that in the video. So here's another one from the New York Times. And we're going to be citing a lot of quotes from this one. Big article. The tax break for children, except the ones who need it most. Although the Trump administration often boasts that it's doubled the federal child tax credit to $2,000 per child, Ms. Dismuke, like millions of Americans, earned too little to fully qualify. Instead, she got $934 a child, an increase of just $75. And like I said, feel free to read all these full articles on your own time. I know a lot of people don't have a long attention span, so I'm making it short. Because the credit rises with earnings, a single parent with 2 children has to earn more than $30,000 a year to collect the full amount. Among those excluded from the full credits are half of Latinos, 33% of blacks, and 70% of children with single mothers. So it doesn't really sound like it's helping the poor. And this is just one. I have multiple of these articles. From the 2017 tax bill, President Trump's main domestic achievement doubled the maximum credit in the 2-decade-old program and extended it to families earning as much as $400,000 a year, up from $110,000. So what he's doing is he's giving people who make as much as $400,000 a year, who really don't even need these tax credits, he's giving them more tax breaks, right? And you could say, oh, well, it's for their kids, so it's really good. The kids need it. Okay. Well, then how come you didn't give it to everybody? How come you have to make $30,000 a year to qualify for the full amount of benefits? Why didn't he just make it, regardless of your income, you qualify for the full amount of benefits? Instead, it rises with wages. The credit now costs the federal government $127 billion a year, far more than better known programs like the Earned Income Tax Credit and food stamps. So I want you to remember this. That this tax credit costs more than food stamps. Oh, here's a quote right below. But children with the greatest economic needs are least likely to benefit. Let's just read this. While Republicans say the increase shows concern for ordinary families, 35% of children fail to receive the full $2,000 because their parents earn too little. Research at Columbia University found. Oh my God. So 35% of children aren't even getting the full amount. Let's look at more criticisms of the same garbage plan. And the thing is, they think they're the intelligent ones. They think that, oh my God. So this one's done by NBCN. Trump's tax law expanded the child tax credit to the wealthy and left 26 million children behind. The tax law the president signed in 2017 left millions of low-income families with children. Left behind millions of low-income families with children. Republicans rigged it to pad corporate profits and confer massive windfalls of the wealthiest Americans and their heirs, while leaving out 26 million children and their families who were mostly excluded from the law's increases in the child tax credit. At the same time, they made families with income as much as $400,000 eligible for a child tax credit of $2,000 per child, including members of Congress themselves. But a single parent with 2 children working full-time at the federal minimum wage will receive an increase of only $75. So they took that gap, that cutoff of families who made $110,000, and they expanded it to people who made $400,000 eligible. But then they shafted people who needed the most. They shafted the single parent with 2 children who's working full time. This egregious policy is particularly harmful now at tax time. All right, I think we got one more on the child tax credit. So that tax credit that he's talking about that leaves out millions of families and helps the wealthiest people in this country is trash. So this is from the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities. Child tax credit increases in the GOP tax plan exclude millions of children in low-income working families. Most of the major provisions in the tax plan that the Trump administration and the congressional Republicans announced in September would primarily benefit high-income people and corporations. Why didn't he include that in the fucking video? Why didn't he include any of this? Because he doesn't give a fuck about the real impact behind the tax plan or what it really means. His goal is to go out there and frame Trump as an awesome guy, so dumb, gullible people fucking watch YouTube videos like this without doing any research, and they go and they fucking cast their ballot because they watched a 4-minute video on Trump's tax plan, and they took everything at face fucking value, and they think Trump's an awesome guy. Low-income working families left out. Failing to make the proposed increase in the maximum CTC refundable to any degree would block the lowest income working families from benefiting from the increase. Altogether, we estimate that at least 16 million children in low-income working families would be entirely excluded from the CTC increase. This includes 5.4 million poor children, 1.2 million of whom live in deep poverty, 6.1 million children under the age of 6, blah, 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 blah. So it's a fucking garbage plan. When you actually look at the fucking plan, they frame it as this awesome, cuddly, good idea that Trump's so smart and came up with, and liberals' critical thinking's hard for us. It's a terrible fucking plan.
The child tax credit, which is tax money given back to families when they have children. What do you think of that? Positive or negative?
No, it's
Positive.
not. It's given back to certain families who qualify.
Same. I was a social worker, so I understand how important tax credits like that are.
Parents that have children go through a lot, and I think giving back money to them really, in turn, helps the children.
I think that's great.
I think that's positive, definitely.
Positive, definitely.
Next up, eliminating the death tax. So when people die, it's a large tax on.
This is another garbage piece of legislation. This is another garbage piece of legislation. It's actually called the estate tax. Some people call it the death tax. It's trash. What it did, I'm gonna sum it up before we get into our sources, is I think it took the cutoff for the estate tax used to be, I think you'd have to make around 6 million, have an estate of around 6 million to be taxed at whatever the percent is, and they moved it to around 11 million, if I understand it correctly. So this is from the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, and it's in reference to the federal estate tax. So he's framing the estate tax that Trump fucking rigged as an awesome thing. roughly 2 out of every 1,000 estates face the estate tax. Today, 99.8% of estates owe no estate tax at all, according to the Joint Committee on Taxation. Only the estates of the wealthiest 0.2% of Americans, roughly 2 out of every 1,000 people who die, owe an estate tax. So how many fucking people, what percentage of the population already own an estate tax? Oh, only the wealthiest 0.2% of Americans. We're going past the 1% now. We're now fucking favoring the 0.2% wealthiest of people in the population. So they think, he frames this as it's for the average day person. It's for the everyday man, right? This is a good thing for everyone. It benefits you. It's going to help you. It's going to help you. No, it doesn't. It helps virtually no one but the fucking top 0.2% of people on the planet. It's stupid. Like, I can't believe people fall for this garbage. Even Fox fucking News. Even Fox News. You know what? Something's bad when Fox Business goes out of its way to shit on it. Wealthy score estate tax win. Large gifts won't lose Trump tax benefit in 2026. So he expanded it out to 2026, it looks like. The Tax Reform Act raised the basic exclusion amount to $10 million from $5 million through 2025, when provisions are set to expire. Assets exceeding that threshold are subject to a 40% tax rate. So like I said, he made it to where at first, if you had an estate of $5 million, you're subject to a 40% tax rate when you're fucking dead. When you're dead, okay? This is, you're not even alive anymore. You're dead. You have a $5 million estate. Your wealth goes back, basically 40% of your wealth gets taxed, right? He pushed that gap out even further. So now you have to have an estate of $10 million before you get taxed at 40%. And after adjusting for inflation, the inclusion amount for 2019 is $11.4 million, double for married couples. So if you're married, it's $22.8 million that you have to hit. If you're a single person in your state's $11.4 million, you're good. You don't see the problem with that? So what this does, like we talked about earlier, you're giving a tax cut to the wealthiest fucking people in this country. And then they turn around and bitch about the deficit. How are we going to pay for Social Security? How are we going to pay for social health programs? We have a deficit. We can't afford it. So they either cut those fucking programs or they do increase taxes. But guess what? We pick up the tab for that. The normal people, the people who can't afford all these loopholes and to hire put all these people in power. It's a garbage policy. Don't fall for it. You're better than that. You're fucking better than that. Don't watch these videos. Almost every single one. I haven't watched a single video that's fucking genuine. From Campus Reform, Turning Point, or Charlie Kirk. So this is from the Internal Revenue Service. In case, I don't know, everything else is fake news to you. Now you can say the government lies, I guess. I don't fucking know. I don't know what I don't... I swear to God, I have to fucking... So this is IRS provides tax inflation adjustments for tax year 2020. Estate of descendants who died during 2020 have a basic exclusion amount of $11,580,000, up from $11,400,000 for descendants who died in 2019. The amount exclusion for gifts is $15,000. That's for gifts. But basically what it, like I said, you're excluded. The estate tax. So as long as you don't make $11,500,000, you're good, man. I just don't. How is this a good piece of legislation? Like, who thinks that's benefiting the average person? We like the fucking child tax credit. We talked about how it largely favors the wealthy, and that millions of poor people can't qualify. We talked about that, right? And then we talk about another piece of legislation that largely favors the wealthy. And then people on the right will just go, well, it's fake news. We say facts don't care about your feelings, but then when we're presented with facts, the facts are fake news. It's a win-win. The next piece of garbage legislation he goes on to misframe is lower small business rates to 25% max. Oh my God. So we're going to be looking at a piece from the Small Business Association, effective federal income tax rate faced by small businesses in the United States, April 2019. Now keep in mind this is an old source, but I wanted to show you guys something because it's largely stayed the same, and they don't do these sort of reports every day. I think they do them every few years, if not around the time that they do the census, which is every 10 years. Small businesses in the United States pay an estimated average tax rate of approximately 19.8%, right? So remember that number, 19.8%. What's the video saying? Lower small business rates to 25% max. That's weird. When the average small business is paying a tax rate of 19.8%. Now this number does fluctuate depending on the structure of the business, what you file as, like it's an S corporation, a C corporation, whatever, how many employees you have, what your revenue is. And it also varies depending on industry, right? But that just seems odd. So the next one is from the U.S. Senate Committee on Small Business and Entrepreneurship, and it's titled "Small Businesses Lose in Trump's Tax Plan." I wish people would do this shit on their own, so people like me don't have to fucking educate you and hold your hand. Small businesses lose in Trump's tax plan. And that's from the U.S. Committee on Small Businesses and Entrepreneurship. It just seems weird that a small business committee would say such a thing. Talk bad about Trump. That's impossible. Unfortunately, the House and Senate Republican tax bill falls short in helping truly small businesses with less tax complexity and a fair competitive environment. In fact, because the U.S. House and Senate bill dramatically lower tax rates on large corporations while allowing large firms to take advantage of a major new loophole, the bills could make matters worse for American job creators. So here's a small business owners feel that the current tax system favors big businesses. 85% agree. So what small business is winning? I mean, sure, there's some, but an overwhelming majority of them don't fucking win in this. According to recent polling, the vast majority of small business owners, 85%, believe the tax code unfairly benefits large corporations over small businesses. If that isn't a Republican piece of policy, I don't know what the fuck is. Because they do the same shit every time they're in office. I swear to God. Vast majority of small business see no benefit from lower pass-through rate. President Trump has pointed to small businesses as a main beneficiary in his tax plan, claiming more than 30 million small businesses would see a 40% tax cut in their marginal tax rate. Independent fact checkers found this claim to be false. What is it, page 2? I don't know why it's not working. Here's another one. In fact, more than half of all pass-through income is earned by the top 1%. President Trump owns approximately 500 pass-through organizations. So most of the pass-through goes to the top 1%. We keep hearing this number. Everyone on the right thinks it's a fucking fairy tale made-up thing that we're bitching and complaining about. Benefits go to the wealthy, not small businesses trying to make ends meet. Instead of helping middle-class small business owners, the vast majority of the benefit of a lower pass-through rate would go to firms that are large and profitable. Although most of small business organizations are organized as pass-throughs, a small number of large businesses account for most pass-through profits and economic activity. So it's going to the top 1%, basically. It's going to the wealthiest people in the fucking country. Now let's look at Bernie Sanders' tax plan. Let's see what they have to say about it. So this is scary when you read just the title. The Wall Street Journal. Bernie Sanders' tax plan would be the biggest expansion of taxation since World War II. Back when things were good, the baby boomers, back when corporations paid their fair share. Almost all of Mr. Sanders' proposed tax increases, except for middle-class taxes designed to replace insurance premiums and out-of-pocket health care costs, target the top of the income and wealth distribution. The millionaires and billionaires he castises on his campaign trail. Wow, so it's almost like Bernie Sanders is telling the truth and they're misrepresenting pieces of legislation intentionally. I know it's trying to prove a point, but they go on to do this over and over again in virtually all their fucking videos. And you know what? Let's see what Bernie Sanders is about. Let's visit his actual fucking website, because I know most of you never have. First one, I see it's fully paid for by a modest tax on Wall Street. Wow. It's fully paid for by making the wealthiest 1.8% of Americans, those with an income over $250,000 a year, pay the same ratio into Social Security as working families. Housing for all. It's fully paid for by a wealth tax on the top 1/10 of the 1%. So it's even further than the 1%. And it goes on and on and on. It's fully paid for by a wealth tax on the top 0.1%. It's fully paid for by establishing an income inequality tax on large corporations that pay CEOs at least 50 times more than the average worker. But yet they hail Trump as this guy who gives a fuck about the middle class when he doesn't. On to the next garbage fucking video. This one's one of the worst. This is one of the most gross misrepresentations of Medicare for all I've ever seen.
You watched their journeys, heard their stories, and know their names. Who will be the next name? In the AGT Hall of Champions.
The winner is
The GT live finale event tonight on NBC.
Students support socialism until it's applied to their GPA.
I'm Cabot Phillips with Campus Reform. Today we're at Florida International University talking to students about their opinions of socialism and if they'd support a socialist GPA policy. Would they be willing to share their high GPA with people that have a low GPA? Because after all, it's all about equality. Which would you rather have in America, socialism or capitalism?
I would say socialism.
How do you view the word socialism, favorably or unfavorably?
I guess I would go with favorably.
Like, I have family in Europe. They go to college for free. Their healthcare is paid for. They don't have to worry about it at all.
I favor that over capitalism.
Okay, got it.
I also think I favor that, like, socialism over capitalism.
Socialism is more geared toward, like, helping the people in your, you know, the governed.
I'd rather people have that same opportunity. There's a lot of excess in America.
The main idea of socialism being that people at the top are doing their fair share to help people at the bottom, trying to prevent disparity of income and trying to prevent excess, as you called it. So on campus, if there's a GPA disparity where there's people at the bottom with a poor GPA, would you support a policy where people at the top spread the wealth and give that GPA to people at the bottom?
Help them get a better GPA?
Yeah.
I'm all for helping. I wouldn't give, let me just give you some of my points.
But it's about being fair, right? We got to help people at the bottom?
I've lost a lot of sleep, so I don't know if I will be fair.
It's hard. I guess it would be kind of hypocritical for me to say no.
That's completely different.
How is it different?
Because I'm studying all day for my grade.
What do you mean by sharing it? Literally, giving them a chunk of my GPA?
Yep.
Dang.
I would want to say no, straight up.
But what's the difference between earning a high GPA and not wanting to give it away, but then earning a lot of money and also not wanting to give that away?
Well, I feel like the difference is that you study for your grades, right? And grades often reflect how much time you spend studying. But
you gotta work pretty hard to become a millionaire.
I mean, I'm not denying that fact either, but for the regular working person, you know.
Do you think there's a similarity between earning your salary and maybe not wanting to give it away to people that aren't working to earn it? And same thing with the GPA, where you earn it and you say, well, I don't necessarily want to give it to anyone who might not be working for it.
Right. I think it's just that whole sense of thinking that no one's going to work for it.
I mean, I sacrifice a lot to get my GPA. You know, I don't go out as much as I'd like to, but that's for a greater goal in the future, the way I see it. So, no, I wouldn't sacrifice my own things, sacrifice my own time to help somebody else who didn't want to make those same sacrifices.
There's some people who are in the bottom, but they really are working, and there's some people who are in the bottom and they deserve that poor GPA.
Kind of like people making money with their income?
Exactly, you know what I'm saying? Some people. Let's not throw shade.
But isn't it about helping the less fortunate?
Basically profiting off of my work for you. So who's really the bad guy here?
I don't think that'd be a good idea, because then you're taking away from people that earn that grade, and what about the ones that aren't really working hard for their grades? So they're just gonna get something they don't really deserve.
Got it. And do you think it's similar with your salary?
Yeah, I definitely do.
No, that's the complete opposite of meritocracy. It's the complete opposite. That's awful.
I don't think they're comparable because your GPA is not directly linked to your quality of life necessarily.
But you still have to earn it the same way you'd have to earn a salary, right?
Well, I don't think most rich people in this country necessarily earn it. Much of that money is inherited. Much of that money, is made from the stock market, which they're not actually working for that. They're pressing a button behind a computer for that. I mean...
Well, then there will be no point to having a GPA, because then if everyone has the same, then there's no metric, right?
But it's all about fairness, right?
Well, is it fair? Look at it. I look at it this way, right? Is it fair for everyone to have the same outcome or to have the same opportunity, right? For me, having the same opportunity is what is fair, right? Not the same outcome, right? Because if I work harder than you and I get a better result, then it is only fair that I get a better grade or I get a better opportunity than you, right?
I'm Cabot Phillips with Campus Reform. Thanks so much for watching. If you want to donate to help us make more videos just like that...
No. I don't want to donate. I don't want you making any videos like this because they're stupid, they're misleading, they're disingenuous, you're full of shit. This is scary to me. It has nearly 2 million views. Let's look at some of the comments. It has 70,000 likes. This one. These kids. These kids are socialists until they find out they have to give something of their own. Then they become capitalists. Okay. Wow. So he's using the grades as an analogy for money and their time spent studying as an analogy for work. By asking people if they'd be willing to share their grade with someone else is him trying to make the connection to, would you share your money with someone else, right? Isn't that the kind of the connection he's trying to make? And he's essentially making the argument that under socialism, everyone is a loser because the successful have to subsidize the bottom feeders. And I just want to point out that there are different types of socialism, because this is something that never seems to get mentioned in any of these videos. And I don't know. And Bernie Sanders is promoting democratic socialism. So I just don't get why he always uses this blanket term socialism when it's not even, it's kind of misleading and in some cases misrepresents the true agenda. So democratic socialism doesn't propose to end a classless system and get rid of classism completely. It doesn't. It means that you will still have the middle class and you'll still have the wealthy, right? But democratic socialism does aim to close the extreme gaps within classism. Like the top one whatever percent having an enormous amount of wealth and blah, blah, blah. So this analogy is a terrible one, right? If he ultimately wanted to talk about money, like he was trying to use all these sneaky things to relate to money and work and hours spent and all this and that. If he truly wanted to talk about money, at the end of the day, that was the point he was trying to convey. Why didn't you just straight up ask these kids, if you had $200 billion, would you be okay with giving away 50% of that to benefit the lives of thousands of your employees? That's a more genuine question and way to frame the argument, because that's what they're advocating for. Why didn't he frame it that way? Because if he framed it that way, I can almost guarantee you he would have seen a different response across the board. But he has to be sneaky, he has to be tricky, he has to mislead people in order to quote unquote make his point. That's a more honest representation of what democratic socialists are trying to achieve. Right? Like I said, his grade analogy makes it seem as if the average student would be reduced to an F student and everyone would fail, or even a C student. But if we were using this grade analogy in a more realistic sense, in a more realistic way, the analogy would look something like this. One guy has a 1 million point GPA. You hear that? One guy has a 1 million GPA. You have a 3.6. We would like to ask the man with the 1 million GPA to share 500,000 points of his GPA to increase the grades of 500,000 people by 0.1. That's not accurate, by 1. Right? Isn't that kind of what we're going here for? Like a 40 to 50% plus tax rate? So the real way, if you wanted to use this stupid analogy, you should have said one guy has a 1 million point GPA, you have a 3.6. Would you be okay with taking away 500,000 points of his GPA and giving it and dividing it up amongst the students? Guess what? That guy would still have a GPA far higher than anything you would ever achieve and still be very well off. But he has to use dishonest tactics. Grades are much harder to bracket than income inequality, right? There's an A, B, C, D, F. So 5 tiers. You could do the plus or minuses, but there's essentially 5 tiers. And you going up or down a grade is what, a 20% change compared to someone having billions of dollars. I don't know. I think I made my point. Like the goal of democratic socialism isn't to reduce everyone to a C or an F student and to throttle the middle class with taxes that result in them being poor. It's literally the opposite intention, right? The taking of grades that he's talking about would affect 1% or less of the population. 1% or less. So if we're really talking about who are we taking the grades from, it's the top 1%, right? It's not the average person. And like I said earlier, their GPA is ridiculously higher than yours. Let's look at this side again. Fully paid for by a modest tax on Wall Street. Let's go to the one. By making the wealthiest 1.8% of Americans pay the same rate in Social Security as other working families. By taxing the top 1/10 of 1%, so even less than 1%. Wealth tax on the top 0.1%. Income inequality on CEOs making 50 times more than that of the average worker. So you're fucking dishonest. You're a liar. And then there's just fucking idiots, thousands if not millions of them, who fall into this shit. You're a fucking fraud. You're a sellout to the American people, and you're a liar. The average person's not picking up the tab for this fucking program. For these programs. Okay? They're not. We've already went over that. And you're also misrepresenting the intentions, and you're misrepresenting the amount that the normal person would have to contribute, so get the fuck out of here. God. This is why I have fucking issues with people voting. Okay? There's so many fucking stupid people in this country. And I'm getting pissed because it just fucking breaks my heart. It really does. When you genuinely care about people and you try to be honest and you try to advocate for policies that will fucking help them, that'll help them. Affordable housing, Medicare for all, right? Higher wages. More money for their kids. You try to advocate for these policies that will help them in life. And they hate you for it. They call you names. They hate you for it. They think you're stupid. They somehow think they're the intelligent, smart, and edgy ones that know everything. And they fuck themselves over. And they fuck over the rest of the country. And they bend over backwards so they can get fucking shafted by the top 1%. God damn it.
I don't support that. You have to pay for it?
Yes. Students love Medicare for all until hearing what's actually in it.
You have to pay for it?
Yes, so taxes will go up.
You still have to pay for it? I don't support that.
I'm Kevin Phillips, the Campus Reform. With Medicare for All more popular than ever, we're here at George Washington University talking to students on if they support it and if they'll still support it after hearing what's actually in it. Let's see what they have to say. So the main issue that Democrats have taken up and running against President Trump on is healthcare. The policy right now they're proposing is Medicare for All, which is, the idea of government-funded healthcare for everyone. Is that a concept you view favorably or unfavorably?
Favorably, for sure.
I do support Medicare for all.
I do. I do think that every American deserves healthcare.
I do support that. I think it's an important form of universal health care.
I do support free health care for everybody.
In general, I would say yes. I do favor Medicare.
I don't think there's anything that you could really tell me that would make me view it unfavorably.
I'm going to give you a few of those things. I want to see if you view them favorably or unfavorably within the plan and just see if it changes your opinion at all. So first off, it is mandatory. So it would be over 100 million people right now have private insurance plans that they like. They would be removed from those plans by the government. It would be mandatory and they would be put on the government plan even if they didn't want to. Is that something that concerns you at all?
Probably, yeah.
Do you view that element favorably or unfavorably?
I think I would say unfavorably for that.
Unfavorably.
I mean, they shouldn't be like kicked off of it, I guess. That doesn't seem fair, I would say.
The government can't force them to have health care with them, and it's just like...
Well, that's what this would do.
Yeah.
I definitely think everyone should have health care, but I think those who are able to get private health care don't necessarily, shouldn't have to necessarily be removed from it.
Yeah, I mean, as a Bernie supporter, I think you do have to give up some choice just for the benefit of everyone in society.
So the second part, it would eliminate private health insurance, the entire industry. It would be just under 1 million jobs would be eliminated because all insurance moved to the government.
Unfavorably.
Unfavorably.
And what's your take on that?
It does concern me. I think having jobs and being able to make a living and, survive on your own and take care of your family is more important than everybody having health care.
I think that the way someone wants to ensure their life and their health is their choice.
I'm fine with that, honestly. It's people can have health care, regardless of whether it's private or governmental, they will have health care.
But this would eliminate private health care.
Yeah, and either way, it's still health care,
In the Bernie Sanders proposal, it would be about $32 trillion over the next decade. That would be every American paying about 1/5 of their income towards funding it. Is that a concern?
Yes.
You have to pay for it?
Yes, so taxes will go up.
You still have to pay for it? I don't support that.
I mean, I'm not paying for taxes currently, so that kind of I can say favorable, I guess, but if I were financially on my own, I'd probably say unfavorable.
Is that too much money, do you think? And would that change your support of it?
No comment.
I'm going to take that as you don't like that.
No comment.
It's a lot.
What's your thought on that?
I just think that's a lot, and it's just healthcare is definitely important and crucial, but there's also other things that people are trying to worry about.
That's a lot of money for a low-income family. A dollar goes a long way, so for sure.
Do those things concern you? Those make you waver in your support at all of Medicare for All?
Yeah, they do. I didn't know those facts before. Now I'm kind of debating on if I'm supporting Medicare for All now.
That does shock me a little, all those stats, but at the same time, I still am in the middle of I don't really know.
You see, I still support it, but hearing some of the factors, I guess some of it is appealing while other parts are just So I'm kind of 50-50 on it.
Do any of these things serve as something that could change your mind?
They could change my mind, but I think the overall goal is worthy of conversation.
What's your message to people that say, well, if I like my insurance, shouldn't I have the choice to keep it?
Well, I mean, regardless, if you like your insurance, you can keep it. I don't really know much. I'm just saying my support. I don't, it's just governmental stuff, but personally, it's...
Do you view that Medicare for All idea as favorable or unfavorable?
So where I come from, I'm from Venezuela. We used to have healthcare for all, right? But I feel for us particularly, it didn't work. We're socialist. It really hurt us as a country.
Oh, well, hello there. I'm Kappa Phillips with Campus Reform. Thanks so much for watching. If you want to join our team, we're always looking for new investigators, correspondents.
Yeah, you know what? Actually, I'd love to join your team as an investigator so I can fucking completely reshape the narrative that you're pushing because it's factually incorrect. What's your name?
It didn't work. We're socialist. It really hurt us as a country.
Oh, well, hello there. I'm Kappa Phillips with Campus Reform.
Captain Phillips? Can't even understand what he's saying right there. I want to see what he identifies as. He has a bunch of Fox News shit on his fucking page, but he's the editor-in-chief of Campus Reform, right? And Campus Reform is supposed to be this intelligent, well-educated, right-wing think tank that knows the facts over feelings and stuff like that. So his job basically is he's an editor-in-chief of a political commentary organization. That's his fucking job. He does this as for a living. He's a professional. He's supposed to know these issues, and he's supposed to articulate them in a way for the public to understand, right? But yet he fails so miserably in doing so, because everything he said is either misleading or incorrect.
You have to pay for it?
Yes, so taxes will go up.
You still have to pay for it? I don't support that.
Taxes would go up. Let's go back to that article that we read from the Wall Street Journal. Can we get the quote from that again? And I want to explain this the tax increase related to Medicare for all, by the way, since he's not going to do it for you. So yeah, taxes would go up. He's correct. Almost all of Mr. Sanders' proposed tax increases, except, and I want to highlight that, except for the middle class taxes designed to replace insurance premiums and out-of-pocket healthcare costs, target the top of the income and wealth distribution, the millionaires and billionaires he castises in his campaign. Let's look at Bernie Sanders' website. Since I'm assuming he's shitting on Bernie Sanders, since he's, if not the largest activist for Medicare for all. Eliminating medical debt. Bernie Sanders has introduced a proposal to eliminate all of the $81 billion in past due medical debt held by 79 million Americans. It is fully paid for by establishing an income inequality tax on large corporations that pay CEOs at least 50 times more than the average worker. You can read the tax plan here. Nowhere in here does it mention that normal, everyday people would have to fucking pay for this. I know that there's counter arguments to be made, but I'm just showing you. So this is the tax increase for the middle class that would apply to most people. Creating a 4% income-based premium paid by employees, exempting the first $29,000 in income for a family of 4. So the tax increases, well, your taxes would go up a small portion to pay for premiums and other out-of-cost expenses, right? However, this tax increase that you would see is cheaper overall than what you would be paying for deductibles, premiums, and other things, right? It's cheaper overall. So you're going to see a tax increase, but it's cheaper. I hope that makes sense. You would see, say your taxes go up by 4%, right? That translates to $1,000. So your taxes are now up by $1,000. But previously, before that tax increase of $1,000, you were spending $1,500 on out-of-pocket expenses for healthcare. But now, instead of you spending $1,500 for out-of-pocket healthcare expenses, you're now being taxed for $1,000. It's cheaper. And that's misleading when he doesn't note that other important part, right? He just cites the tax increase. Because why would we tell people that it's cheaper? Well, if we tell them it's cheaper, they might change their fucking opinion. Although healthcare expenditures per capita is higher in the U.S. than in any other country, more than 37 million Americans do not have health insurance, and 41 million have 41 million more have inadequate access to care. Efforts are ongoing to repeal the Affordable Care Act, which exacerbates healthcare inequities. By contrast, a universal system such as that proposed in the Medicare for All, sometimes also referred to as single payer, has the potential to transform the availability and effectiveness of American healthcare services, taking into account both the cost of coverage expansions and the savings that would be achieved through the Medicare for All Act. We calculate that single-payer universal healthcare system is likely to lead to a 13% savings in national healthcare expenditure, equivalent to more than $450 billion annually, based on the value of the US dollar in 2017. Why didn't he include this in his argument? It should be obvious already by now, because he's dishonest, he's disingenuous. His goal is to mislead so that you ultimately vote for somebody who fucks you in the ass. So it's cheaper overall. Failed to mention that, right? Here's another one by PLOS Journal of Medicine. I swear to God. I can't wait to be done with this fucking video, because I've spent way too much time in these right-wing echo chambers. It just raises my blood pressure. So they looked at 22 single-payer plans over the course of 30 years, right? This is their findings. Our search yielded economic analysis of the cost of 22 single-payer plans over the past 30 years. Exclusions were due to inadequate technical data or assuming a substantial ongoing role for private insurers. We found that 86% of the analysis predicted net savings. Median net results was a savings of 3.46% of total costs in the first year of the program operation, and 91% predicted savings overall over several years. Anticipated growth rates would result in long-term net savings for all plans. So out of the 22 plans that they've looked at, 91% predicted savings over the course of multiple years. So it's cheaper overall. Let's just touch on some of this.
I'm Cabot Phillips, the Campus Reform. With Medicare for All more popular than ever, we're here at George Washington University talking to students on if they support it and if they'll still support it after hearing what's actually in it. Let's see what they have to say. So the main issue that Democrats have taken up and running against President Trump on is healthcare. The policy right now they're proposing is Medicare for all.
For everybody.
In general, I would say yes.
Support Medicare for all.
I do think that every American deserves health care.
I do support that. I think it's an important form of universal health care.
I do support free health care for everybody.
In general, I would say yes. I do favor Medicare.
I don't think there's anything that you could really tell me that would make me view it unfavorably.
I'm going to give you a few of those things. I want to see if you view them favorably or unfavorably within the plan, and just see if it changes your opinion at all. So first off, it is mandatory. So it would be over 100 million people right now have private insurance plans that they like. They would be removed from those plans by the government. It would be mandatory, and they would be put on the government plan even if they didn't want to. Is that something that concerns you at all?
What's this idea that you have something to lose and that it's somehow infringing on your freedom? I don't get it. Yeah, they're gonna fucking lose their plans, but guess what? Like a guy later says on the video, you're still gonna be covered. I don't get what the argument is. You're not losing anything. If anything, more people in the country, everyone in the country actually, is gaining access to something. I don't get what is more symbolic of freedom, certain people having access to something or everybody having access to something. You're going to lose your private dental insurance plan, you're gonna lose it. Well, yeah, I'm gonna be put on a public dental insurance plan. What's your point? What's your argument? Like, he's trying to frame it as this tragic fucking loss. And I'm sure that even if this were to become a bill, which I don't see it ever happening in the near future or getting passed, I'm sure that they would come up with ways for you to also have private insurance too. Like, I don't get this argument. Like, how come we don't have the same argument when it comes to police, right? Or fire? Why don't they say, well, you're taking away my right to have like a private police force and everyone gets a police force now, but you're taking away my right? I don't. Oh my God.
Probably, yeah.
Do you view that element favorably or unfavorably?
I think I would say unfavorably for that.
Unfavorably.
I mean, they shouldn't be like kicked off of it. I guess that doesn't.
They're transferring over to a fucking public healthcare plan. They're not losing anything. There might be rare instances where boob jobs aren't covered or whatever, but like I said, I'm sure that they would implement some sort of pathway for you to, like, there would be some sort of private insurance to a certain extent. Not the way we see it is now, but
doesn't seem fair, I would say.
The government can't force them to have healthcare with them, and it's just like...
Well, that's what this would do.
Yeah.
I definitely think everyone should have healthcare, but I think those who are able to get private healthcare don't necessarily, like, shouldn't have to necessarily be removed from it.
Yeah, I mean, as a Bernie supporter, I think you do have to give up some choice just for the benefit of everyone in society.
So the second part, it would eliminate private health insurance, the entire industry. It would be just under 1 million jobs would be eliminated because all insurance moved to the government.
Unfavorably.
So here's the thing. He's talking about the loss of jobs. I haven't looked much into how many jobs will be lost as a result of this. But I think it's also safe to assume that a lot of those would be administrative jobs that are increasing the cost of healthcare. So, yeah, I mean, like, I don't get your argument. Like, people would lose their jobs, right? That happens as, just a part of when we innovate and make anything more efficient or productive or whatever. Most of the time, people lose their jobs, man. Like, the assembly line. That's like saying, well, what about the auto workers that are going to lose their jobs when all these machines take over? I mean, yeah, it sucks, but guess what? They lose their jobs. Other industries are created in their jobs. Like, they gain jobs back in other fields and other specialties. Am I happy that people will be losing their jobs? No, but I'm sure that they can find other jobs.
Favorably.
And what's your take on that?
It does concern me. I think having jobs and being
wants to ensure their life and their health is their choice.
I'm fine with that, honestly. Like, it's people can have healthcare, you know, regardless of whether it's private or governmental, they will have healthcare.
But he's absolutely correct, and then he tries to make this
would eliminate private healthcare.
Yeah, you know,
and they still have healthcare.
Still healthcare, you know.
Well, in the Bernie Sanders proposal, would be about
awkward. But this would eliminate private healthcare. Yeah, but you're gonna have healthcare.
$32 trillion over the next decade. That would be every American paying about 1/5 of their income.
This is the worst part
of
the fucking video.
Decade.
Here's what he does.
Private healthcare.
Yeah, you know, and either way, it's still healthcare, you know.
Well, in the Bernie Sanders proposal, would be about $32 trillion over the next decade.
So he tells you over the next decade it's going to be $32 trillion, whichever you want. 32 trillion. People freak out, they lose their shit, and they immediately that's a lot of number. And then he goes on to say it'd be about 1/5 of your income. Well, yeah, if it's fucking divided like that, if you take $32 trillion and you divide it over the course of 10 years divided by the amount of taxpayers, sure, it might amount to 1/5. But that's not even remotely true of what they're proposing. Not even remotely, dude. That's so misleading. That's like me taking the U.S. defense budget, that's whatever the fuck it is. Say it's $100, and there's 10 people in the room, and I say it's going to be a 10% increase in your taxes. That's not how it works. But he tries to frame it in that light, so all of the people watching this video, all they hear is that number. It's going to be, well, this guy on what are we watching? Campus Reform said it's going to cost $32 trillion. And it's going to increase our taxes by 20%. That's what he said. That must be true. Dude, no, stop. Like we already talked about, this plan would actually save money overall. So even if we're going by his stupid metric, this plan would be fucking cheaper than what you're already paying. And that's just in a fantasy world where we evaluate the plan in such ridiculous terms that are inaccurate. But in the real world, they're paying around a 4% tax increase, but it's cheaper overall than what they pay for out-of-pocket expenses, and the plan as a whole saves the nation money.
That would be unfavorable. Is that too much money, do you think? And would that change your support of it?
Yes.
You have to pay for it?
Yes, so taxes will go up.
You still have to pay for it? I don't support that.
I mean, but it would be cheaper, dude. And he doesn't know that. And he knows that he doesn't know that. So he finds these gullible, uneducated people and tricks them into making it sound like he's right.
I'm not paying for taxes currently, so that kind of I can say favorable, I guess. But if I were financially on my own, I'd probably say unfavorable.
Is that too much money, do you think? And would that change your support of it?
No comment.
I'm going to take that as a you don't like that.
No comment.
It's a lot.
What's your thought on that?
I just think that's a lot, and it's just like healthcare is definitely important and crucial, but there's also other things that people are trying to worry about.
That's a lot of money for like a low-income family. Like a dollar goes a long way, so for sure.
Do those things concern you? Those make you waver in your support at all of Medicare for all?
Didn't we just read it was like an exemption where the first $29,000 of like a family of four, whatever, is exempt? Didn't we just read something like that? I feel like we did. But he doesn't explain that to her when he's trying to make this stupid argument.
Yeah, they do. I didn't know.
Anyways, I think we've made our point on this video. And then they find the one chick in the world who's from Venezuela. And they like to use Venezuela as the boogeyman for socialism. And they don't mention that it was once one of the wealthiest countries, if not the wealthiest country in that fucking region of the world. And oh my God. There are other factors such as embargoes and corruption or whatever that fail. Like, they don't know the difference between socialism as a political policy and an economic policy and whatever. That's for another day. We're done with that fucking video. The next video is one of the worst ones too. Bernie fans try to answer, where has socialism worked? Socialism sucks. Thank you, Dr. Bob.
Try socialist Venezuela, where people are literally eating the garbage. Hey everyone, Benny Johnson here at the Iowa State Fair. Right behind me is where Bernie Sanders, absolute socialist and commie, is going to be speaking very, very soon. We are going to ask his supporters, who clearly want to have full communism in this country, where socialism has worked in America, or anywhere in the world. Let's go find out. I can't wait to hear what they have to say. How about this guy? Yes, sir. Where has socialism worked? It has not. That's our first answer. It has not.
I don't think so.
Nowhere-ish. Nowhere-ish.
That's where the unicorns live.
Is this socialism? Yeah. This is like the socialist unicorn?
Very much, yeah.
Socialist unicorn. It's magical, people, okay? It's magical.
You don't love me!
Let's
talk about our garbage system. Let's talk about our
here to
schools.
yell.
Hawaii works.
I'm not here to yell. I'm here to ask honest questions.
Canada.
Fair. Hawaii? Yeah. Okay. Canada. Norway, Germany. Spain, France, UK. Corporate America. Wall Street. Iowa.
That doesn't make sense.
This is the best part. Corporate America and Wall Street are also socialist. That's awesome.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard.
USA.
USA.
Have you heard of Social Security? Have you heard of the highway system? Fire department, police. It's basically a tax for public use.
You'd like to think that, wouldn't you?
I like it.
And the answer is nowhere.
Waste management. Military, question mark. Police force.
It's all questions.
Okay, all
I don't
right.
have the answer.
You want to see great waste management? Try socialist Venezuela, where people are literally eating the garbage.
Oh, I love trash.
Firefighters, police, roads, public schools, U.S. military. I feel like a lot of veterans, a lot of people in the military and a lot of cops would be fascinated to find out that they're socialists.
You sure? Oh, yeah.
All right, you have a nice day. FDR's presidency. All right, here we go. For what it's worth, FDR had to be term limited. And we had literally passed a constitutional amendment. Hey, man, where's socialism worked? FDR. She says FDR too. Okay, fantastic. All you millennials out there, you can thank the Social Security you'll never see on FDR.
What is y'all doing with my money?
Nowhere. All right. From the woke millennial, look at these kids. Socialism has worked in Norway, Sweden, Finland, and the Netherlands, according to this gentleman right here. We want America to be more like the Netherlands, more like these countries?
They have higher happiness in the U.S.
So higher happiness, socialism, higher happiness. Yes?
Yeah. Yes.
At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought.
Congressman David Young right here, clearly a very smart man. He knows where socialism's worked in the world. Republican Congressman David Young, here we go.
I think my time's up.
Ah,
It's not worked anywhere.
Look, guys, look, he looks like a smart cookie. He looks like a smart cookie. He clearly knows where socialism has worked.
Nowhere. Nowhere in the world.
That is correct.
Here we go. Nice. It's an honest question, honest person. USA, there we go. Thank you. Okay. The socialism has worked in the USA.
It's not true.
That means she doesn't have a job.
Limit him to 2 terms. He wrote nowhere. Where we put the effort. I'm not quite sure what to make of that. Yeah, not quite sure what to make of that. Also, you could say, where does magic work? Where we put in the effort. Nowhere and 0 these were the answers we get.
There you go.
There we go. Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Germany, UK, Greece, Portugal.
They have universal health care. They have college for all. They have a much less unequal distribution of wealth. So that's what I want America to look like.
It's not about money. It's about sending a message.
They went broke.
Oh yeah, I'm not. This gentleman points out that Greece is broke.
It is. They went broke. And a car in Denmark, you get taxed almost as much as the car costs. Where does it actually work?
This might be the best answer of the day. Socialism has worked out for Bernie Sanders. He has 4 mansions. And so socialism has absolutely worked out for Bernie Sanders super well. So that's kind of the split. The interesting thing is we did not hear that socialism has worked in Venezuela, or El Salvador, or Guatemala, or Cuba, or China, or North Korea, or Russia. That's something we didn't hear. So maybe next time. Today has been Benny on the Block, Iowa State Fair Edition. Where has socialism worked?
Oh, where to begin, man? Oh, where to begin? We're probably gonna watch this twice because I wanted to go through it, then I wanted to use sources.
You want to see great waste management? Try socialist Venezuela, where people are literally eating the garbage.
We don't need to go all the way to quote unquote socialist Venezuela to find examples of people fucking starving in the U.S. I mean, starving in the world. We can look right here at the U.S. where, what was it, around 10 million children are food insecure? Why don't we just look here for examples of people starving? Why do you always reference Venezuela and act like everything's perfect over here? Also, I'd love to see how the U.S. would look if we had a massive oil embargo put on us too and other issues, but whatever.
Hey everyone, Benny Johnson here at the Iowa State Fair. Right behind me is where Bernie Sanders, absolute socialist and commie,
So is he a socialist or is he a commie? I don't think this guy knows the difference. And actually, Bernie Sanders isn't even a socialist. He's a democratic socialist, which is in the middle between socialism and capitalism, and he's for a mixed economy. But I don't think this guy honestly knows that. I mean, it's kind of scary that he doesn't know this. He calls him a socialist, a commie, and he's neither of those things. And people hear the word democratic, and then they hear socialism, and they just focus on the socialism part, right? As if it's not possible. Like, most economic systems in modern societies have mixed economies. They have parts of the economies that are taken from, you know, various forms of socialism and capitalism, and in some cases communism or whatnot. They have hybrid economies. I don't really know any. I don't know. They're like, anyways.
Is going to be speaking very, very soon. We are going to ask his supporters, who clearly want to have full communism in this country.
Bernie Sanders supporters, most of them, I think it's safe to assume that they don't want full communism in this country. And once again, he doesn't seem to know the difference between communism as a economic policy or the difference between an economic policy and a political policy. He doesn't seem to know the difference. He doesn't seem to know the difference of those two. And so, like I said, Bernie Sanders is a democratic socialist. He's not even like a socialist, right? He supports private and independent businesses in most cases. So that's far from communism, and it's far from socialism also. Democratic socialist, there's a difference. He supports privatization in many areas.
Where socialism has worked in America, or anywhere in the world. Let's go find out. I can't wait to hear what they have to say.
Why is he obnoxious like that? Like, sometimes I feel like the mental maturity of most people is like that of like a 12-year-old. Like, you find that to be funny?
How about this guy? Yes, sir. Where has socialism worked? It has not. That's our first answer. It has not.
I don't think so.
Nowhere-ish. Nowhere-ish.
That's where the unicorns live.
Is this socialism? This is like the socialist unicorn?
Very much, yeah.
Socialist unicorn. It's magical, people, okay? It's magical.
You don't let me!
Let's talk about our garbage system. Let's talk about our
Not here to
schools.
yell.
Hawaii works.
I'm not here to yell. I'm here to
I think a better question is, where has pure capitalism worked? Where has if we're going by strict definitions here, and we're just using blanket terms and using like we're not taking into account that there's mixed economies and there's many different versions of socialism, communism, and capitalism. If we're not taking any of that into account, and we're just using blanket terms and defining things as whatever we feel like they closely identify with, I have a better question. Where has unregulated capitalism worked? Like, where has it? Where has capitalism without consumer protections, environmental protections, child labor laws, things like that? Where has it succeeded? I'd really like an example, because we tried it, and this country was a big shit show when it around the Industrial Revolution, prior to all these regulations. There was low quality meat being sold with diseases and shit in it. You know, like prior to the FDA, there was a lot of snake oil salesmen that sold medicine that didn't work. So where has unregulated pure capitalism ever worked? Let's ask that question if we're going to be just as disingenuous as you are with socialism.
Ask honest questions.
Canada.
Fair. Hawaii.
Yeah.
Okay. Canada. Norway, Germany. Spain, France, UK. Corporate America. Wall Street. Iowa.
That doesn't make sense.
This is the best part. Corporate America and Wall Street are also socialist. That's awesome.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard.
So he edits in the little Billy Madison clip where he says, what you just said is one of the stupidest things I've ever heard. But what this guy fails to extrapolate on is of what the other guy is talking about. This is how disconnected he is. That when he says Wall Street and corporate America, he's referring to the billions, if not trillions of dollars that they've received in taxpayer money to bail their ass out. That's what he's referring to. He's not saying that people who work on Wall Street or in corporate America identify as socialists. That's not what he's saying. He's saying that us, the taxpayers, giving them trillions of dollars to keep their company from going under is an example of socialism. That's what he's trying to say. I don't think that's necessarily the best example, but if we're going by how Republicans perceive the definition, anytime where the government generates revenue from taxpayers to redistribute it to help people, it's socialism. That's how a lot of people on the right view socialism. Anytime we use taxpayer money to redistribute it to someone else to benefit the community as a whole, it's socialism. So based off of how they perceive socialism, and it's often their definition, giving corporate bailouts to Wall Street and corporations is an example of socialism. But he doesn't make that connection. He literally thinks that the guy is referring to the people who work there as socialists. That's how stupid he is. And then he has the nerve to insert his childish little Billy Madison thing. Who the fuck watches Billy Madison? Obviously this guy? I don't know.
USA. Have you heard of Social Security? Have you heard of the highway system? Fire department, police. It's basically a tax for public use.
You'd like to think that, wouldn't you?
So is it or is it not, right? Because he has that you'd like to think that, wouldn't you? But when we go to fun thing like Social Security, that's like a perfect example of socialism in the US. But apparently it's not socialism when we publicly fund our education system, or we publicly fund our police, or we publicly fund like parks or any of that. Apparently it's not socialism when we do any of that stuff. But it somehow suddenly becomes socialism when it applies to healthcare. People on the right will say that those examples qualify as public good examples, and therefore they're not socialism. They say that if we're qualifying anytime the government uses public funding to do something good for the public, it's public good. It's not socialism. That's what they say, right? But that's not capitalism either. That's not really capitalism either. When you publicly fund, when the government forces you to pay taxes to publicly fund something that everyone benefits from, that doesn't really seem like the free market either. So what is it if it's not socialism? Is you can't have it both ways. You can't have it where you say just because something's publicly funded doesn't mean it's socialism, right? But then you can't say that it's capitalism either, because that's not the definition of capitalism. I don't.
And the answer is nowhere.
Waste management. Military, question mark. Police force.
It's all questions.
Okay, all right.
I don't have the answer.
You want to see great waste management? Try socialist Venezuela, where people are literally eating the garbage.
Oh, I love trash.
Firefighters, police, roads, public schools, U.S. military. I feel like a lot of veterans, a lot of people in the military and a lot of cops would be fascinated to find out that they're socialists.
You sure? Oh yeah.
Oh my God! See, he fails to make the connection again. He fails to make the connection. It's a tax, a forced public tax on a non-profit system that benefits everybody. Military and the police. He's not saying that people in the military and the police department identify as socialists, but he doesn't make that connection. We spend billions, if not trillions of dollars each year on defense, right? I think the official, there's an official number that we spend, and it's close to $1 trillion, but it's not. And then there's the unofficial, under the table type amount that we spend. But how come it's not socialism when we talk about the military, but when we talk about healthcare, it's socialism again? I don't get it.
You have a nice day. FDR's presidency. All right, here we go. For what it's worth, FDR had to be term limited. And we had literally passed a constitutional amendment.
Yeah, because if I'm not incorrect, he won the popular vote 4 times in a row and people loved him. So people really loved his fucking policies and kept voting him in, so we had to pass a constitutional amendment. And that is somehow funny or an insult to FDR? How is that an insult that people love you so much they vote you in 4 times because of your policies?
Hey man, where's socialism worked? FDR. She says FDR too. Okay, fantastic. All you millennials out there, you can thank the Social Security you'll never see on FDR.
See, he thinks that's funny. You can thank he think that's a joke to people on the right. It's a joke to people on the right that the Social Security pit is essentially drying up. But what they won't tell you is one of the reasons why it's drying up is because we're seeing billions and trillions of dollars being taken away from these social these social programs, hidden overseas or put in the bank accounts of billionaires, which creates a tax deficit, which means we therefore cannot fund these programs. So you give these people at the top, you give the top 1% a tax break, right? You then turn around and you create a deficit. And then you can't fund social programs. And then he makes a joke about how we're never going to see these social programs as if it's funny. Like, you think it's funny?
What is y'all doing with my money?
Nowhere. All right. From the woke millennial, look at these kids. Socialism has worked in Norway, Sweden, Finland, and the Netherlands, according to this gentleman right here. We want America to be more like the Netherlands, more like these countries?
They have higher happiness in the U.S.
So higher happiness, socialism, higher happiness. Yes?
Yeah. Yes.
At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought.
How is it not a rational thought if the people in that country identify as being more happier than the U.S.? Isn't the goal of a country or any sort of political policy at its core to increase the quality of living for people and ultimately happiness? So wouldn't you say that the happiness of the people at the end of the day is probably the most important thing, but he dismisses it? He's like, well, I don't really care that they ranked happier in those countries. Like, he just leaves it at that. Okay, like, why isn't that an important point to be made? And the reason why it's a rational thought is because the people, when you talk to those people who live in those countries, they identify as happier often in some cases because they have a stronger social safety net, or also what we call over here a welfare state, and everybody tends to benefit more.
Congressman David Young right here, clearly a very smart man. He knows where socialism's worked in the world.
So I think we've touched on...
Out for Bernie Sanders, Iowa State Fair edition.
Okay, let's touch on the last
where
point
socialism worked
out
for Bernie Sanders super well.
Oh, socialism's worked out for Bernie Sanders. They're trying to be ironic.
That's kind of the split. The interesting thing is we did not hear that socialism has worked in Venezuela, or El Salvador, or Guatemala, or Cuba, or China, or North Korea.
Because you asked where socialism has worked, not where it has failed. And he's unaware that at least one of those countries he's named isn't even socialist.
Or Russia. That's something we didn't hear.
Yeah, because you asked where it has worked. Like, you're trying to be ironic and funny, but you just come off as a fucking idiot because that wasn't your question. If you asked me where has capitalism worked, I wouldn't reference the Great Depression. I wouldn't reference New York State that might be going bankrupt, because you asked me where it worked. Anyway, so let's get into the sources that sort of debunk this fucking stupid video. You heard one of the guys talk about happiness, right? So let's look at this. I think happiness of a population is an important indicator of whether or not your system's working. So look, this is the 2019 World Happiness Report, and it's far more than just a simple surveys for all the people who want to dismiss it as one of those online surveys that you take before you are able to watch a video. It's far more in depth than that, and I encourage you to read it. But it ranks Finland as number 1. Denmark is number 2. Norway is number 3. Iceland is number 4. And Netherlands is number 5. Sweden at number 7. Blah, 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 blah. Let's go down. Let's see. Where's the U.S.? 19. So when you talk to the people who live in these countries and you rank the feedback that they give you and you take into other factors and things like that, such as quality of life or whatnot, or access to certain things, the U.S. ranked 19. Wow. But look at all these countries that like people consider democratic socialist countries that came in higher. Finland, Denmark, Norway, Iceland, Netherlands, Sweden, Luxembourg. You know? So I don't know. To me, the happiness of a population, if the population is feeling really good about it, and I mean, wouldn't you say that it works in that sense? It works in creating a happy populace. So the next one's the United Nations Human Development Index. I believe this takes into consideration education, GDP per capita, life expectancy, things like that. And this is from the United Nations. So the 2019 Human Development Index ranking ranked Norway as number 1, Switzerland number 2, Ireland, Germany, Hong Kong. I guess they're all tied, question mark. I guess there's some people tied. But anyways, Sweden is number 8, Iceland is number 6, Netherlands is number 10. So out of the top 10, I don't see the US on here. Look at Human Development Index, life expectancy, expected years of schooling, many years of schooling, gross national income. There's other things that it looks at too. I'm just giving you a summary of the report because we could spend the whole day reading the report. The United States ranked 15. Look at Denmark has 11. So if these socialist countries are ranking higher on the Human Development Index, wouldn't that be an indicator that it's working in some areas, such as life expectancy? I don't like to use GDP per capita, but I don't know. To me, it seems like it's working in some ways. It's obviously working in some areas. Has he never seen this report? I'm looking at something real quick. Hold on, guys. Hold on with me. Hold on with me. So it's this index is a summary of the standard of living, basically, right? So if they have a higher standard of living than the U.S., couldn't you make the argument that it's worked in producing a happier populace and a higher standard of living? Ben or Benny, whatever the fuck your name is, I feel like that's a fair argument to be made. World Economic Forum 2018 Global Competitiveness Index. So that's our next source. So Finland was ranked in 2018, it was cited as the safest country in the world by various sources, according to the 2018 Global Competitive Index. And I believe the 2000, it's done by the World Economic Forum too. I believe it was the 2018 like safest places to travel report too, but we're citing this one. Finland ranked #1 in combating organized crime, reliability of police, and judicial independence. I don't know why it's taking so long to load. Sorry, guys. I think I fucked up the the page reference. Let's see if I can find. So, anyways, it's here's a better example. I don't know why I couldn't find it on the Finland one. Best performer Finland, organized crime. So you could say that it's worked in terms of combating organized crime, reliability of police services. Finland, you could say that it's worked in producing a reliable police force. And then let's look at judicial independence. There's more factors too, but I'm just sticking to the most accessible. Best performer Finland. So there's another 3 examples of ways that it's worked. So we're now going to look at the 2019 Global Competitiveness Index, also from the World Economic Forum. And this one is page 13, executive summary. Is this 2000? Yep, 2019. I tried to make it super quick. These are huge reports. And I cited what page it was on, so I know what to go to. But I do apologize that when I search the page number, it doesn't necessarily work because it doesn't recognize Roman numerals. And the executive summary is based in Roman numerals, so that's why I can't just type in 13. It's kind of annoying, but we'll find it. Don't worry. Here it is. Right. And it's, as you can see, page 13. So, in terms of global competitiveness and the level of productivity, this one's more related to another video, right? This one's more related to Charlie Kirk saying America is the best country in the world by any means measurable, right? I guess we should come back to this source because it's kind of interlays. But anyways, let's just address the Charlie Kirk one. Singapore was ranked the most productive, and then the United States in 2019. You see Netherlands is number 4, Sweden is number 8, etc. And yeah, that was kind of a bad time to insert that source because this is related to Charlie Kirk. But anyways, let's go on to the Environmental Performance Index. These are kind of interchangeable sources. Page 12, Executive Summary. So this is done by Yale's Center for Environmental Law and Policy in collaboration with Columbia University and some other organizations. But let's look at how countries ranked in 2019 for environmental health and ecosystem vitality. So number 1 was Denmark with a score of 82.5, followed by Luxembourg, Switzerland, United Kingdom, etc., etc. We see Finland at 7, Sweden at 8, Norway at 9, the Netherlands at 11. Where does the U.S. rank? All the way down here at 24, right? So you could easily say that countries with democratic socialist policies or ideologies are better at maintaining and promoting a healthier environment. So I don't know, maybe all these sources that I'm showing you, it's a big conspiracy against America and everyone just hates America and they made up all these reports just to make America look bad and you can dismiss them as fake news. Or maybe there's a valid point to be made that America is not leading in every single fucking category and that sometimes implementing socialist policies or ideologies is beneficial. So we talked about the bailouts, right? So this one, whoops, I clicked on the wrong source. So this one's from Congress, the United States Congress. It's titled Emergency Economic Stabilization Act of 2008. And it talks about how during the Great Recession or whatever, Congress authorized the known spending of $700 billion to buy distressed assets, right? And we didn't have a big, well, that's socialism scare then. Back then it was necessary. Back then it was our duty to help these workers or else they would lose their jobs. Which is the government using taxpayer money to publicly fund something for the quote-unquote public good, if you want to interpret this as a public good act. That's not a capitalist ideology. That's not a free market ideology, right? And like I said, socialism has many different interpretations or definitions depending on who you're talking to. But if we're using the rights term or anything that's publicly funded and it's not meant to be profitable and it uses taxpayers' monies, this constitutes a socialism. And this is what the guy was referring to when he said Wall Street and corporate America, but it went right over his fucking head, and I'm honestly not surprised at all. So the week, I believe in collaboration with Bloomberg, released a report that actually estimates the true amount of spending in that Economic Stabilization Act or whatever was not the $700 billion that people know about, but it was actually closer to 7.7 trillion. That's how much they believe the Federal Reserve spent. And pages of federal documents, courtesy of the Freedom of Information Act and central bank records that Bloomberg combed through to reveal a fresh narrative of the financial crisis. And they're illuminating on the Federal Reserve's breathtaking $7.7 trillion bailout. But when we needed trillions of dollars to bail out banks and corporations It wasn't socialism then. It's only socialism when it comes to helping poor people or the middle class. When it comes to helping corporate America, fine, here's a blank fucking check. We need you. We can't let you fail. But when it comes to helping low-income people put food on the table, suddenly it's socialism. And that's the point he was trying to make. Let's go back to that since I missed the quote apparently. $7.7 trillion amount in undisclosed loans the Federal Reserve made to struggling financial institutions, according to the new Bloomberg report that dwarfs the Treasury Department's better-known $700 billion troubled asset relief program. So it was undisclosed. They did it under the table. They pretty much did the same thing during coronavirus in the last few months with, what was it, the Heroes or whatever bill that was that they put through. They have like a number, but they really, I believe they allowed the Federal Reserve Chair or whatever to spend much more than that if you determine so. Here's another one. Morgan Stanley borrowed $1.7 billion, most of all banks during the 2008 financial company bailout. But that's not socialism. What is that then? Here's another one. GM taxpayers lost 11.2, I believe, billion. Yeah, 11.2 billion in bailing out General Motors. They gave them actually much more. I guess the government spent 49 billion. And I don't know if this just disappeared or what, but we didn't see returns on it. Not socialism? Question mark. I mean, I don't really consider that socialism. I really don't. But I don't even necessarily I don't know if I consider it socialism or not, because it's kind of a gray area. It's a complicated issue. But if we're using, like I said, the right definition, where any sort of publicly funded forced thing by the government that doesn't generate profit, then it's socialism. How come that's not? How come these companies aren't shamed? By the way, how come they're not called a bunch of names and told to get a job, or that they're lazy and whatnot? How come nobody has contempt for GM and looks at GM as a, quote, welfare queen? Or Morgan Stanley. How come we don't look at Morgan Stanley as a fucking low-life welfare queen? Here's another one. This is during coronavirus. We're almost done with these videos, by the way. Six U.S. unions representing aviation workers told top lawmakers on Thursday that another, so God only knows how much they wanted to begin with, $32 billion in payroll aid is needed to keep hundreds of thousands of workers employed through March 31st, as a re-insurgence in coronavirus cases raise fears that air travel may not rebound this year. Now, fair enough. You could say this is like a once in 100-year sort of fucking catastrophe, blah blah blah. But that's not the point. The premise is we suddenly find all this money to bail out these corporations or whatever, and everyone's fine with bailing out these corporations when they fail, because we think it's an betterment. It's in the best interest of the community, right? But we turn around and shame other people who might need some sort of assistance, like housing assistance or unemployment or Social Security or whatnot. So there's definitely a double standard going on. And I don't need to turn to Venezuela to find an example. As he said, what did he say? Greece went broke. I don't need to go all the way over there to find an example of a country going broke. I can look right here in America. where Mitch McConnell suggests New York should declare bankruptcy. So it's not like institutions can't fail under capitalism. And I know they like to rip on socialism and socialist, pure socialist countries, whatever you want to call them all the time. But that's entirely inaccurate. And I just want to read a little something from Investopedia. You can agree with it or disagree with it, whatever. But here we go. I want to educate you guys that America isn't pure capitalist, okay? The United States has a mixed economy. It works according to an economic system that features characteristics of both capitalism and socialism. You mean it's here? On U.S. soil? A mixed economic system protects private property and allows a level of economic freedom in the use of capital, but also allows for government to intervene in economic activities in order to achieve social aims and for the public good. Key takeaways. The U.S. is a mixed economy, exhibiting characteristics of both capitalism and socialism. Such a mixed economy embraces economic freedom when it comes to capital use, but it allows for government to intervene for public good. The U.S. government controls part of the economy with restriction and licensing requirements, which includes involvement in such areas as education, courts, roads, hospitals, and postal delivery. Right? So when you say that we have socialism in America because we use, I mean, I don't see how the public school funding isn't an example of socialism. How come it's suddenly socialism when we take it a step further and we say let's fund colleges? Now all of a sudden it's socialism, but everyone seems to be fine benefiting from it as they probably went to a public school and send their kids to a public school. We don't bitch about it then. If we're so anti-socialism, are you gonna abolish the public schools funding system and pay for it yourself? Come up with an extra around 10 grand a year to put your kid through school each fucking year? Is that what you're saying? I seriously doubt that. But people like, and then they say, they refer to this as quote unquote public good, the right, so that way they can avoid calling it socialism. But then when you give another example of a tax funded policy that benefits the social good, it's suddenly socialism again, no longer public good. Another thing that they do, here's another stunt that they do. I've seen plenty of these videos. They like to make videos like this. Sweden is not socialist. And then this video, it makes it seem like we need Sweden's democratic socialism model. And then they go on to say that it's not socialist. They call it a myth. And they say people lying. They make all these fucking videos speaking for Sweden. They do this with all these countries I listed, right? Sweden is not socialist. You're right. It's a mixed fucking economy, you dumb cunt. And guess what? It has a large welfare state and promotes democratic socialist policies. So let's let fucking Sweden speak for Sweden, right? Rather than this partisan hack, dumbass, whoever he is on quote unquote Reason TV. So the Social Democrats were elected in power in, I believe, 2016. I know that they're serving, 2014, I'm sorry, I misspoke. He's serving a second term, I believe. They're titled the Social Democrats, right? So I figured let's let fucking Sweden speak for Sweden. So that's the ruling party. Let's look at some of these parties' policies and values. Since Sweden isn't socialist, you know. The government has presented budget initiatives to increase social justice in society, a recovery bonus for health and care staff, and investments in social initiatives in socio-economical vulnerable areas, increased maintenance support for single parents who do not live together, and increased funding for housing benefits. So I hear, housing benefits, social justice, recovery bonus for healthcare staff. Interesting. But Not enough to convince me that Sweden's socialist just yet. Oops, let me do this. I think I fucked up another link. This website's really hard to navigate, by the way, and it's constantly changing. So increased funds for housing allowance. That's one of their policies. Interesting. So they want to increase housing allowance. They're about social justice and economically disadvantaged. Let's look at another one of those. Parental insurance. Parents should not have to choose between parenthood and work. All children have the right to a close relationship with both their parents. Neither woman nor man should have to choose between parenthood and work. This is why the Social Democrats want to improve, etc. Interesting. Oops, I fucked up. Like I said, this site's really fucking difficult to navigate. Profit and welfare. A better welfare without profit hunting. Profit hunting does not belong in Swedish welfare. Resources set aside for welfare should be used to improve school results and provide our elderly and sick with safe care and care, not for large profits. So they're anti-profit in healthcare. That's, I don't know, doesn't start not to sound too capitalist, pure capitalist to me. The Social Democrats want stop the pursuit of profit in school, care, and nursing. Stop privatization of emergency hospitals, sour cream in health and care. I guess that's a Swedish term. Invest more and tighten laws and regulations to strengthen the quality of all welfare. So they're for big regulation. They're against profit. They're against privatization. But somehow they're still not democratic socialists. It's just they twist the definition. It applies when it's convenient for them. It doesn't when it's not. Here's another thing of where socialism worked. The Social Democrats want achieve 100% renewable electricity production by the year 2040. So that's their goals. I guess it hasn't worked yet, but they want to have the Sweden will have no net emissions of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere by 2045. By 2045, that's kind of weird that it's redundant, in order to subsequently achieve negative emissions. So they're taking bold steps in their environment. But anyways, I just showed you some of their beliefs and their policies. And then they have a bunch of these. They just don't want to give democratic socialism credit anywhere. So the right makes all these stupid videos trying to claim that they somehow don't have democratic socialist policies. It's just nonsense, dude. Like, it's completely dishonest. Well, they're not completely socialist, so therefore they're not socialist. Wow, as if mixed economies don't exist. In the four-party policy agreement from January, the government has committed to many new ambitious climate reforms. So it looks like it was a bipartisan agreement, and that's according to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And we already talked about how a lot of those socialists, I'm just using this term interchangeably, countries have a cleaner environment. Interesting. So we can move on to the next video. Next piece of trash. And a lot of these sources I listed are going to apply to this video.
How can you decide that country is like the best country? Like what?
By every standard possible. Most patents. How about the most patents, the most medical advancements, the most diseases eradicated, the most money ever given away, the most wealth ever created? No, but I know far more about economics than anyone who went to the London School of Economics. Happy to. So most monopolies are created by government. Sure. Yes, but I do understand Keynes. I understand all that horrible economic theory. Yeah, the government is the ultimate monopoly. Right? How is it not? Government has a monopoly on power.
Let me ask my question. So if
Sure.
you understand this monopolistic economic structure, then how can you say that patents create incentives?
They do actually. I think patent law should be mostly de-emphasized. No, I think patents should be about a year or 2 years, not 30 or 40 years. So that's.
You do believe in kind of making sure that a patent doesn't get.
So who issues a patent? Who issues a patent? Okay, so government is the ultimate monopoly. We agree. You just agree. It is the ultimate monopoly. Government has the power to shut down business, to audit people they disagree with.
In the United States, it's right now pharmaceutical lobbyists who have.
No, I totally agree. You have nothing but agreement with me on that.
Exactly. So how can you say that? But the farm health, that's also the corporation.
I'm not defending that system, but you want to talk about excellence? We have the most amount of patents in the world that eradicate disease, that improve people's standard of living. It could be vastly, no, because it's a standard. Because patents in general, that the entire Western world has not been able to duplicate or replicate.
Because wouldn't you say that because the patent structure right now is terrible, and yes, we've had amazing patents.
It could be vastly improved.
Right.
I'm not defending the patent system. I'm defending the ingenuity that's embedded in the American spirit.
If the patent system had been different, say 20, 30 years ago, we'd have even more.
Totally. Yes, absolutely. So America's the greatest country ever to exist, but it could be even better. We're not a perfect country. But I'm gonna say it louder. America is the greatest country ever to exist. Prove me wrong.
Nagasaki, Fallujah, Syria.
Great does not mean perfect. Wait, how about World War II, pushing back the Nazis, Normandy Beach, reclaiming Berlin? The very end? You mean when over 300,000 Americans died in the European theater and you're trying to diminish the sacrifice of the boys of Iowa and Ohio and Pennsylvania?
Suddenly it goes, the conversation turns to diminishing the sacrifices of boys in Iowa. I'll give credit when it's due. She's wrong about the U.S. joining World War II towards the end. I believe that's not really accurate, but okay.
I
mean, I guess it depends on how you want to look at it. I guess if you wanted to compare to when they started mistreating Jews to versus when war was declared versus when conflict started to erupt over there in Europe and whatnot. But anyways, as far as the actual dates given, she's wrong.
Patents.
Let's rewatch this.
By every standard possible.
By every standard possible, America is the greatest country in the world. We already went over that it's not the most productive. Okay, did we? All right. We already went over that it's not the most productive. We went over that the people in America aren't the happiest. We went over the fact that the Human Development Index doesn't rank America as #1 in terms of things like quality of life. Did I mention? I'm gonna read. I don't know if I mentioned again. We mentioned that the environment in America isn't the cleanest. So to say by every standard possible is obviously an exaggeration. It can't be the best country in the world by every standard possible. And I don't think he literally believes that, because he goes on to say that great isn't perfect. So he contradicts himself. So I think he's just, I don't know why he's saying that. But I think, sure, you can say America is the greatest country to ever exist or whatever. Fine, whatever. I largely believe that too. But when you say America is the best country in the world, what it does is it diminishes other areas. It diminishes the conversation surrounding improvement, right? When you just go out and say America is the best country in the world, most people hear that as we're the best at everything, we're number one at everything, and there's no room for improvement. That's how it comes across, right? And I don't think that that sort of ideology or narrative is really beneficial, because as he admits, we still have a lot of areas in which we can improve upon.
Most patents.
I'm going to stop him right there. He said most patents. Not at all true. Not at all true. We're going to look at the World Intellectual Property Organization, the 2019 World Intellectual Property Indicators Report. And then we're going to go to page 7. Should be just as simple as this, I hope. As you can see, China holds more than double the amount of US patents that America does. And China saw an 11.6% growth, while the US saw a 1.6% decrease. Now, he mentioned medical patents and things like that. You could also say that he's arguing for, I call them imitation patents versus unique patents, because a patent, you can have a molecular structure on a piece of corn that's 3% different than the molecular structure on another patented piece of corn. And in some cases, that slight variation is enough to constitute as its own patent. So they're not really creating original patents. They're sort of piggybacking off the research of someone else and making their own loophole to get around that patent. So I give them credit. But in terms of most patents, that's not true. Now, he could easily make the argument of unique patents or whatever. I couldn't, this report doesn't, for some reason, go too much in depth in that. But as far as most patents, that's not true. China has, nearly triple the amount that we do.
How about the most patents, the most medical advancements, the most diseases eradicated?
The U.S. is the leader in terms of medical technology. He's correct.
The most money ever given away, the most wealth ever created? No, but I know far more about economics than anyone who went to the London School of Economics.
That's just like a Trump-like statement. I know far more about economics than anyone that went to such and such school. I seriously doubt that.
Happy to. So most monopolies are created by government. Sure. Yes, but I do understand Keynes. I understand all that.
And keep in mind, they're in the UK. They're not in America.
Horrible economic theory. Yeah, the government is the ultimate monopoly.
And he keeps interrupting
right?
her.
How is it not? Government has a monopoly on power.
Okay, let's go back to the patent thing, because he wanted to comment on that. So we're now going to go to page 43. So the U.S. isn't a leader in terms of patents. Like I said, you can make the argument of unique patents or medical patents or whatever, but in terms of patents overall, they're not. This was the table. This table talks about specialization for patent applications in terms of energy-related technologies, and I think it's safe to argue that energy is a crucial part of the economy in the world. So the U.S. isn't a leader in energy patents, and in some cases, it's declining in innovation. Right? So fuel cell technology, the U.S. ranks 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9th on fuel cell technology innovation, and we've actually seen a decline in their patents. Sweden ranked apparently number 1 for increase in geothermal energy patents, and the U.S. I think is the 11th. Solar energy. Sixth. Wind energy technology. all the way down here. I'm not even going to bother counting it. So if you want to talk about unique patents, at least in terms of energy, the U.S. isn't leading in any of those. Right?
So if
Sure.
you understand this monopolistic economic structure, then how can you say that patents create incentives,
They do actually. I think patent law should be mostly de-emphasized.
So let's move on to the next video, because the sources are kind of interchangeable, and the next video is pretty much the same bullshit that you'd expect from Charlie, where he just uses weird examples to justify saying that America is awesome.
First of all, what country do you think is better than this country? Okay, you believe Canada is a better country than the United States? Okay, definitely. Okay, so name one Canadian company used on a daily basis. One.
What?
Name one Canadian product you have used on a daily basis.
Lagged.
First of all, what country do you think is better than this country? Okay, you believe Canada is a better country than the United States? Okay, definitely. Okay, so name one Canadian company used on a daily basis. One.
What?
Name one Canadian product you have used on a daily
Well,
basis.
that's a great way for measuring a country.
Yeah, it's actually economic output, ingenuity, creativity, Nobel Prize per capita, the way you influence culture, any of it. Let's talk about institutional poverty in Canada too, or let's talk about healthcare. I have a buddy in Quebec right now, has an MRI. You know when the earliest they can see him? January 20th. Straight healthcare system. It's really good.
Stupid video. He talks about the waiting times in Canada as if it's impossible to address those. And I know, like, in Sweden, they're taking measures to reduce the waiting time. But you know what's worse than waiting a long time to be seen? Not being able to be seen at all because you literally can't fucking afford it. So why don't you talk about that too? Because that's just as much as, if not more, of an issue than having a long wait time. So let's talk about that, Charlie, since you smugly and arrogantly make that point. Which countries are addressing, by the way.
What country do you think is better than this country? Okay, you believe Canada is a better country than the United States? Okay, definitely. Okay, so name one Canadian company used on a daily basis. One.
What?
Name one Canadian product you have used.
That guy's right. That's a stupid way for measuring the success of a country, because if you live in America, you're most likely to use American products and work with American companies. If you live in Canada, you're most likely to interact with Canadian products and Canadian businesses. It's just an idiotic way.
But on a daily basis.
Well, that's a great way for measuring a country.
Yeah, it's actually economic output.
But then, like, when we go and we look at, like, the global competitive, like, he's talking about, like, global competition, right? Where the U.S. didn't even rank first for the last 2 years. Singapore ranked number 1 in 2019. So it's not, in terms of competitiveness, it's not even like the U.S. is coming in number 1. We talked about how, like, the U.S. isn't number 1 for the healthiest environment. It's not number 1 for the healthiest populace. It's not number 1 on the Human Development Index. It's not number 1 for patents, as he so-called claimed. So let's look at World Intellectual Property Organization and Cornell College of Business 2019 Global Innovation Index. Since he talks about creativity, and you think innovation would be a measure of creativity, shifts in the global innovation landscape are materializing. Some middle-income economies are on the rise. This year again, the geography of innovation is changing. In the top echelon, Switzerland, Sweden, and the United States of America lead the innovation rankings, with the latter two moving up in GII 2019, Global Innovation Index. Other European nations such as Netherlands and Germany, along with Singapore and Asia, remain consistent members of the Global Competitive Index top 10. So they're talking about how innovation's shifting. So innovation's shifting. Other countries are starting to bring home the gold, the trophy. Innovation and output. Innovation inputs and outputs are still concentrated in very few economies. A global innovation divide persists. The geography of innovation is shifting from high income to middle income economies. So, like I said, innovation shifting. What's page 34? Doesn't recognize Roman numerals, so I apologize. So here we go. So you want to know what the most innovative country for 2019 was? Switzerland. You want to know who ranked higher than the United States? Sweden. United States ranked 3rd. And we have Netherlands, Finland, Denmark, etc. So it's not like the US is the most innovative, as he claims. But, you know, they just hate this country. And it's because we hate America that we say these facts. It has nothing to do with the fact that we want America to actually lead the way in innovation and to take measures into creating clean energy or anything like that, or to increase our quality of life and GDP per capita, so we have increase our healthcare, better our healthcare, so we can come in at #1 in the Human Development Index or all the other shit. No, it's not that. It's not that. We're not criticizing it because we want us to do better. We're criticizing it because we're just haters. That's what the real reason is. That's the real motive of the left. Swear to God. So this is the 2019 Global Innovation Index, where once again the U.S. didn't rank #1. Netherlands was #2. Sweden was #3. UK #4. Singapore #5. United States 6th. So it's not like I just showed you like a one-time example. For years now, the U.S. hasn't ranked #1. And then he says,
ingenuity.
Nobel Prize per capita, right?
It's actually economic output, ingenuity, creativity. Nobel Prize per capita.
Nobel Prize per capita? He like shakes his head like, duh. Well, guess what? The most laureates per capita isn't in America either. You want to know what country has the most laureates per capita? According to the Guinness Book of World Records? Oh my God, a town in Sweden. Sweden does. Not America, Sweden. And I've also found other things that put other countries as the most laureates per capita, but the source was kind of questionable. But in either of those sources, the U.S. wasn't ranked #1. So I just gave you examples of how America is failing behind other countries. I'm not going to say it's not the greatest country on earth. I think in many ways it is. I think we have the most potential. I think we have very capable people if we actually cut this bullshit and apply it ourselves. I think we could do just about anything we set our mind to. And if you believe, Charlie, America is the best country in the world, why don't you take on these ambitious projects and be a leader and be a leader and prove the rest of the world that these policies can work and we can do it because we are number one, because we have the largest economy. If America is the greatest country in the world, why are we so afraid to give everyone in this country health care? Why does that scare you? Why are you so afraid to help lift children out of poverty? I thought this was the greatest country in the world. Or are we not capable of doing it? This video is going to be short, this next reaction. It's mainly just this guy talking. This is about the Kyle Rittenhouse shooting in, I believe,
the future of the
Kenosha,
Supreme Court
Wisconsin.
is in danger like never before. The DSCC is the only committee solely dedicated to flipping the Senate, and we need your immediate support.
This better not be a fucking Republican act,
In the
because
ultimate
they
act of
shot down
Republican
Obama's
hypocrisy.
Supreme Court pick.
Let's take a look at the second-degree intentional homicide statute. So if one of those affirmative defenses apply and they're able to drop it from that first degree into a second degree, then we're going to jump into this different statute, which is what is in the Wisconsin law. Whoever causes the death of another human being with the intent to kill that person or another is guilty of a Class B felony if the state fails to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the mitigating circumstances did not exist as required by 940, which is the previous subsection. So here's this is a lot of work, but here's how it works. Kyle goes into court and he says, yes, I did shoot that person, all those people. I did intend to shoot all of those people. But this is not intentional murder. This is not murder. This is something where I believed that I was under, an imminent circumstances where my death was going to occur or substantial bodily harm was going to occur to me. Therefore, I am sort of exempt from that first degree intentional murder statute. The government has to come back and say, well, what were those circumstances? So Kyle is saying, here are my circumstances. It's an affirmative defense because I was being chased. They were threatening to kill me. They were, surrounding me from every which way, every angle. They all had, many of them had firearms. They were making verbal threats to me, all of those things. Then he can use that and say, that's my defense. Yes, I killed him, but that's my defense, which is pretty reasonable. So then the government now has to come back and say, yes, but none of those factors existed. They actually weren't chasing you. They actually weren't threatening you. Or if they were, none of that amounted to what would otherwise be considered an imminent, reasonable threat of death or imminent injury to your body. So that's going to be a pretty big question, and we're going to see whether or not that comes up. There is another statute here that is really, really big. It's really long. I don't want to spend too much time on it, but we will fly through it here because it is important. We're talking specifically about the Wisconsin statute that defines what self-defense is. And here's what it says. So bear with me as we read through this. A person is privileged to threaten or intentionally use force against another for the purpose of preventing or terminating what the person reasonably believes to be an unlawful interference with his or her person by such other person. All right. So you're allowed to use reasonable force if you're going to be preventing somebody to be interfering with his or her person by somebody else. The actor may intentionally use only force or threat as the actor reasonably believes is necessary to prevent or terminate the interference. The actor may not intentionally use force which is intended, this is where it's important, or likely to cause death or great bodily harm unless the actor reasonably believes that such force is necessary to prevent the imminent death or great bodily harm to himself or others. And so when we talk about the word reasonably is something that a normal, standard, average person, anybody in that person's position would do under the circumstances. It's supposed to be an objective standard versus a subjective standard. So let's say that we're not using reasonably. Let's say that we swap Kyle Rittenhouse out, or we start looking at his situation and we say, yeah, well, he's 17, and yeah, he's this, and yeah, he's this, and yeah, he's this. So we're going to change the law to apply to 17-year-olds and kids with firearms and kids, all these things. That's a subjective standard. Right now we're saying if there was another person in Kyle's shoes, would he reasonably believe that such force is necessary to prevent the imminent death or great bodily harm to himself or to herself? And from what we've seen here today, I think that answer is a resounding yes, right?
This is something from what we've seen thus far where this person felt like he was being threatened, felt like he was about to be attacked or killed. But we don't know about that first video just yet. We don't know what happened there. We don't know if he was being threatened at that time. And the self-defense statute is only going to apply to imminent death or great bodily harm. You can see that the statute itself does not talk about any other type of property, right? You cannot use intentional force or deadly force if it's going to be to anything other than imminent death or great bodily harm. But from what we saw on that second video, I think he is going to be able to invoke that second statute. Let's keep going with the statutes, because the self-defense statute is very, very, very big. It's a very long statute, and it does not read very easily. But let's run through it, because I think this is where a lot of the legal arguments are going to come down to. It's going to come down to self-defense and to provocation. So let's dive into this. If an actor intentionally used force that was intended or likely to cause death, this is from the same statute, it's from this one here, 939-48, or great bodily harm, the court may not consider, this is important, the court may not consider whether the actor had an opportunity to flee or retreat before he or she used force, and shall presume that the actor reasonably believed that the force was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself or herself if the actor makes such a claim. Okay, what does that say? In other states, there is a duty to retreat. Before you can use deadly force, you got to run away. That is not the case here. The court may not consider whether the actor had an opportunity to flee. So many people in this situation are going to say, well, maybe at least to the first incident, he shouldn't have ever fired his gun. He should have run away. That's not the case here. This is the situation where if he felt like he was under imminent threat of physical injury or death, he's not required to run away. He doesn't have to go away. If he's only there to protect property and he's not under threat from this rioting, mob of people, then it doesn't apply. But if it's something that it goes directly to his concern for his safety or well-being, he can then use deadly force. He's not required to run away. I think that's going to be a big criticism from a lot of people who are protesters, pro-rioters. They're going to say, yeah, well, he shouldn't have even been there and he should have run away and all of those things. Sorry, that is not the case. This is somebody who has a right to stand in public property. It's somebody who has a right to have a firearm, and simply because he's there, that's not illegal. I've seen some other posts and things about that gun was illegal. I don't know that that's the case. I think the Wisconsin statute says he's allowed to open carry. I don't think he was in violation of any laws here, but that could change. But if we're just looking at these statutes and we're saying if an actor feels that there was something that was threatening him, he's not required to run away. The statute goes on a little bit further. It says that if somebody else was unlawfully or forcibly entering the actor's dwelling or motor vehicle or place of business, then some other things apply. So if somebody was trying to break into Kyle's car, break into his house, this would also not require him to retreat. So I think that actually goes in strong favor of Kyle's case, because from what I've seen, it does look like there was some threats, a lot of threats kind of surrounding him. The statute goes on even further, and it says that the presumption does not apply to any of the following types: if the actor was engaged in criminal activity or was using his or her dwelling to further a criminal activity at the time. So what is this saying? If an actor had the intentional use this force, they're not required to flee away. The court shall presume, this is the presumption that they're talking about, that the actor reasonably believed that this stuff was necessary. So there's a presumption here which strongly favors Kyle. It says that the court is going to just presume that the actor reasonably believed that the force was necessary, which is a pretty big presumption. That means that Kyle doesn't have to go and prove that. And I think it's pretty obvious from the video anyways, but he's not going to have to go and prove that. The court shall presume that that justification existed. That is unless, however, the actor was engaged in criminal activity. This subsection gets rid of that. If they're engaged in criminal activity, then you don't get to suddenly now rely on self-defense. In other words, if you're breaking the law and somebody's coming after you for that, you don't get to suddenly claim self-defense. So I don't see anything here that really hurts Kyle's claim.
Hi, I'm Brad Callen, and in this video, I'm going to show you how anyone can quickly and easily create doodle videos, just like...
So that's the end of the video. Let's watch that last part one more time.
That the actor reasonably believed that, which is a pretty big presumption. That means that Kyle doesn't have to go and prove that. And I think it's pretty obvious from the video anyways, but he's not going to have to go and prove that. The court shall presume that that justification existed. That is unless, however, the actor was engaged in criminal activity. This subsection gets rid of that.
Awkward. Unless the actor was engaged in criminal activity. What? What was Kyle? How old was Kyle? What did he have in his hand? You said that you knew that he was 17? Well, guess what, buddy? You can't own a rifle at age 17 in Wisconsin, man. And what is it called when we break the law? A crime. So Kyle was committing a crime at the time of the shooting. And he fails to see that ironic connection. So he read all those statutes and all this bullshit. But at the end, it comes down to that. The actor was engaged in criminal activity or was using his or her dwelling, motor vehicle, or place of business to further criminal activity of time. So basically nothing that he said applies if you're participating, like he said in his own words, if you're committing a crime and other people are coming to try to stop you.
His or her dwelling to was, some threats.
And he doesn't.
Then some other things apply. So if somebody was, trying to break into Kyle's car, break into his house, this would also not require him.
He doesn't make that connection. Like, you're a lawyer, dude. Oh my God. He should have just said, like, from the beginning, he was aware that Kyle was 17 and had a gun. You're a lawyer. You should automatically know that. We don't need to. He just debunked the whole video himself. I don't need to really go into much detail. Another thing I want to touch on is he talked about how you can't use, like, your life, threat to your life, bodily harm has to be, like, prevalent to you. You can't just go out there and defend random property like Kyle said that was the reason he was there with fatal force. He even said that in the video. He said his whole goal was to go out there and defend property. Whatever, I guess you could say he had the gun for self-defense also. But this whole thing started with his bullshit notion that he's going to go out there illegally with a firearm, cross state lines, go into a whole nother state and defend some gas station with fatal force. What was he going to do if people wanted to burn it down anyway? Shoot them? And that's my problem I have with a lot of these concealed pistol firearm owners is they don't understand. Like he even said, in some states you have an obligation to retreat. They don't understand that you can't just go about wasting people. If somebody's like stealing your car in the parking lot, I saw a video where these two people were shoplifting some like tiles from Home Depot and they got shot by some concealed pistol dude. This is like a misdemeanor petty theft crime. You can't just go around shooting people. And that's why I think we need classes for gun ownership. The next video, so cringy. We're not going to watch all of it, but I guess this is right-wing comedy. I don't know what the fuck this next video is. It's titled... It's obviously a CNN parody video. I think it's titled Fake News Network. What is it titled? Fake News Network reacts to...
And severely damaged in what looks to be a catastrophic display of negligence by...
Maxine Waters is scared of losing her congressional seat for the first time in 29 years, and it's because of our campaign. My name is Joe Collins. I'm a Republican Navy veteran running for Congress against Maxine Waters, and I need your help to finally...
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us as we have breaking news coming out of Hawaii, as the headquarters of the United States Pacific Fleet at Pearl Harbor has been severely damaged in what looks to be a catastrophic display of negligence by the Roosevelt administration. Joining us now is senior political analyst Jack Doyle here at FNN to break down the situation. Jack, thank you for being here. Can you tell us what's going on? The president keeps calling it a Japanese attack. Do you think that this is sending the wrong message? Thanks for having me, John. And yeah, I'd be glad to do that. I think that you may have misspoke when describing the event. And no, I don't think that the president is sending the wrong message at all, because what's happened is a Japanese attack on the United States naval base at Pearl Harbor. I'm sorry, and I have to interrupt for a second. Let's try not to point fingers as to who's responsible for this before we have all of the facts. What? Well, you just claimed that it was a Japanese attack. Right, that's completely factual. Well, we try to avoid using alternative facts here at FNN, and my producers are actually telling me that this attack just came from Japan, but that doesn't mean that we can just declare it as a Japanese attack. That's actually exactly what that means. Well, you know, we just want to try to avoid scapegoating anyone in particular right now as the story is unfolding and we're still sorting out the details. But can you comment on the blood that President Roosevelt has on his hands since he failed to protect us from this incident? I don't think that the president has failed at all. I think that his response to this has been swift and it's been effective. I mean, the president has lifted the American morale. He's called for a suspension of naturalization proceedings for Japanese immigrants. So, Jack, why do we think it's okay to suspend Japanese immigration as a result of this incident? Do you have a problem with people that come from other countries? Of course not. But the idea would basically be that this crisis poses a risk to our national security, and since we have to protect the American people, we should suspend all immigration from the place in the world that caused this crisis. Again, Jack, which is, the Japanese didn't cause this crisis. There's a difference between causing something and acting in ways that directly result in something. Literally, there is not. Jack, you seem to be very focused on what the Japanese people have done. But do you care to comment on the actions of the Roosevelt administration that led to this? Do you care to comment on the embargoes, for example?
I'm asking you to make a donation right now to have your gift triple matched and help us flip the Senate at...
Yeah, I'd be happy to. I mean, the Japs have been looking to strengthen... Easy. What's the problem? Let's try to avoid using racial slurs on national television, okay? How is that a racial slur? There is no such thing as the Japanese race. Well, it's still offensive. Maybe so, but it's also efficient. And thousands of American lives were just lost, but you want to waste time with me in a semantics battle over what words I'm using or how I'm labeling this crisis? Where are your priorities at? The embargo exists in response to aggression from Imperial Japan throughout Southeast Asia, particularly within the French colonies of Indochina. And so that's a mighty word salad there, my friend. A word? What does that even mean? Well, you seem like you're trying to avoid addressing the uncomfortable truth, which is that President Roosevelt designed these embargoes to target the Japanese people. Did that need to be said? Like, I just explained to you the actions that were taken by the Japanese, which are the reasons for the embargoes. Jack, and you're trying to make it... You're missing the point. No, you're twisting my words. Jack, I'm not doing that. Yes or no? President Roosevelt designed the embargoes to target the Japanese people. How is that? Like, are you asking me if Japanese people live in Japan? What kind of... Yes or no? Sure, so we agreed. I don't think so. So then you hate the Japanese people? I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with the Japanese people. I think that they're great people, but their government is terrible. Imperial Japan has overseen some of the greatest human rights violations in the history of the world, frankly. Actually, excuse me. Actually, they've done a great job. In fact, they've helped us to hold our own leadership accountable, our own leadership that placed unnecessary embargoes on them through an act of racism and xenophobia. And I think that the rhetoric that we've heard from the president and from yourself is harmful, and I think that it has the potential to cause a lot of anti-Japanese sentiment in the country because... Our rhetoric will. Yes, not the attack, just our rhetoric, right? Jack, again, you're missing the point. People need to stop blaming others. They should just stay calm and just stay inside until all this blows over. What do you mean we shouldn't blame others for this? Like, shouldn't someone be held accountable for this? Shouldn't the country responsible be held accountable? And what do you mean people should just stay inside?
So the video goes on and on. This is a long ass video. It's not even remotely funny. I don't know, maybe to an idiot it's funny.
Good afternoon.
But let's watch it again with commentary.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us as we have breaking news coming out of Hawaii, as the headquarters of the United States Pacific Fleet at Pearl Harbor has been severely damaged in what looks to be a catastrophic display of negligence by the Roosevelt administration. Joining us now is senior political analyst Jack Doyle here at FNN to break down the situation. Jack,
So this is obviously a parody and exaggeration. Okay. So when he says a great deal of negligence by the Roosevelt administration, he's trying to, I don't know, maybe make some joke about how Bush got called negligent for how he responded to the CIA's almost daily briefings that Al-Qaeda was planning an attack in the U.S. and that he had knowledge for, I think, months that they were planning an attack in the U.S., which is a fair criticism. I don't know. I personally don't know of any forms of quote-unquote negligence that Bush took in regards to what he did with the information that the CIA provided him. However, I'm also not an expert on 9/11 CIA Al-Qaeda briefings either. But if someone had information or could prevent an attack, and there's evidence to suggest or show that they were negligent with this information, it's more than fair to question their response and their leadership, and ultimately shame or punish them if it's found out to be true that they were knowingly negligent, right? If I ran a hospital and every month I had 2 people that just die of preventable causes, how long do you think I'd be administrator of that hospital for? Not very long, right? So this whole notion that we can't suggest that how people handle military intelligence and whether or not like the responses that the responses that they give are adequate in terms of protecting the country, that's a fair argument. We can totally assess that, and we can totally hold them accountable if they are actually negligent. But the idea that they would label 9/11 as nothing more than Bush as being negligent, I don't really think is fair. I don't really see any articles strictly just saying it was a result of negligence. I'm sure some people did. But at the end of the day, I don't know. A lot of people say Bush brought down the towers, but I don't really believe that either. So we can blame Al-Qaeda.
Thank you for being here. Can you tell us what's going on? The president keeps calling it a Japanese attack. Do you think that this is sending the wrong message? Thanks for having me, John. And yeah, I'd be glad to do that. I think that you may have misspoke when describing the event. And no, I don't think that the president is sending the wrong message at all, because what's happened is a Japanese attack on the United States naval base at Pearl Harbor. I'm sorry, and I have to interrupt for a second. Let's try not to point fingers as to who's responsible for this before we have all of the facts. What? Well,
like he thinks this is comedy, right? Let's not, like, he's mocking the guy on the fake news network for saying let's not point fingers before we have all the information. I'm gonna show him some awkward videos well, not videos but sources. So remember the Boston Marathon bombings, right? Not that long ago. 4 innocent people wrongly accused of being Boston bombing suspects. False alarms triggered by Reddit and other information-hungry media led to several other suspects being wrongly ID'd. And it goes on to list the individuals that were falsely accused of being the Boston Marathon bombers, right? So you could say, oh, that's not really that big of a deal, right? I'll give you a more damning article. UN inspectors found no evidence of prohibited weapons programmees as of 18th March withdrawal. Hans Blick tells Security Council. So this is related to the Iraq war invasion. And how everyone was so quick to say that they had nuclear weapons or prohibited nuclear weapon programs. Up until they were withdrawn from Iraq on 18th March, the day before armed action began, United Nations inspectors had found no evidence of the continuation or resumption of programmees of weapons of mass destruction. Hamblix told the Security Council this morning as he briefed them for a final time before stepping down at the end of June as head of the inspection team. So I know he's trying to be funny and demonize CNN or whatever, but there are really serious problems and implications for being negligent with your information and being factually wrong. We've seen negligence and wanting to just rush and get to the facts and blame somebody lead us into a literal war, right? We've seen it.
Well, you just claimed that it was a Japanese attack. Right, that's completely factual. Well, we try to avoid using alternative facts here at FNN, and my producers are actually telling me that this attack just came from Japan, but that doesn't mean that we can just declare it as a Japanese attack.
That is true. Just because an attack comes from a country doesn't make it the same as the country's government acting as a whole and declaring war on you. It could have, like, there's been cases of rogue, I guess I don't know what to call them, battalion, squad, rogue soldiers in countries, like soldiers of the like former soldiers of the country's state military going rogue and then shooting at another country's troops. That's not the same. That's like if a few of our soldiers went rogue and started shooting, like firing off missiles at Canada or something. It wouldn't necessarily mean that the US was behind the attack. It could mean that there were rogue soldiers. And just because somebody does like an attack does come from a certain country, like I said, doesn't mean that country's behind it. They could have been immigrants. And here's another thing. Sometimes terrorist groups will claim responsibility for attacks they didn't commit. So this was in relation to the Las Vegas shooting, Stephen Paddock. So after the Las Vegas shooting, ISIS went out and declared the attack theirs, a victory. The FBI said Monday there is no connection between international terrorist groups and the gunman who killed 59 people and injured at least 527 more in Las Vegas Sunday night, pushing back on the Islamic State's claim it had directed the deadly attacks. So whatever country they were in, the Islamist state group that took responsibility for this attack, you can't sit there and blame the country that they're in for the attack. It's not remotely the same. Even if this were true, the ISIS attacking the US from Iraq is not the same as Iraq, the state of Iraq, attacking the US. But he thinks he's funny and he thinks he's edgy. You're hilarious with your right-wing commentary. Here's another one. This is in relation to the Orlando shootings. So the Orlando nightclub shootings, right before the shootings, the shooter pledged allegiance to ISIS. A mass shooter pledges allegiance to ISIS. What does this mean? The FBI director James Comey said Monday there was no strong indications of radicalization by this killer, but no evidence. Oh, there were strong indications of radicalization by this killer, but no evidence he was acting on orders by ISIS or any other group. So it goes back and forth. Just because he says, this guy declares his allegiance, if I'm a shooter and I say I pledge allegiance to Russia and I shoot up a school, doesn't mean Russia's behind the fucking attack. And vice versa. Just because a rogue military group in Russia claims responsibility for attack over here doesn't mean it's true. And being careless and quick to put out reports and to blame people can have massive implications. So you're not funny, dude. You're an idiot, if anything, and you fail to see the own irony and you fail to address counter arguments.
That's actually exactly what that means. Well, we just want to try to avoid scapegoating anyone in particular right now as the story is unfolding and we're still sorting out the details, but can you...
Oh my God, they're wanting to wait until all the facts are in to blame people. The nerve. The nerve that they didn't run out there and call everyone Japs, as he referenced in the video, quick enough, and we didn't fire up the nukes and just start nuking countries we thought had to do with it. The nerve that we weren't invading them within an hour after the attack.
Can you comment on the blood that President Roosevelt has on his hands since he failed to protect us from this incident? I don't think that the president has failed at all. I think that his response to this has been swift and it's been effective. I mean, the president has lifted the American morale. He's called for a suspension of naturalization proceedings for Japanese immigrants. So, Jack, why do we think it's okay to suspend Japanese immigration as a result?
And they're trying, he's referencing Trump's travel ban, right? oh, let's reference Trump's travel ban in response to ISIS. Fine, whatever. They're not U.S. citizens. If he wants to freeze travel from radicalized countries into the U.S., fine, whatever. But you can't deny U.S. citizens re-entry into the country. That was the case in some circumstances. In some circumstances, you had people who had lived in America for like the past decades plus, if not their whole life, and were re-entering the country, but they were brown or had a Muslim last name, or they were from a believed to be radical area, so they denied them access back into the country.
Of this incident, do you have a problem with people that come from other countries? Of course not. But the idea would basically be that this crisis poses a risk to our national security, and since we have to protect the American people, we should suspend all immigration from the place in the world that caused this crisis. Again, the Japanese didn't cause this crisis. There's a difference between causing something and acting in ways that directly result in something. Literally, there is not. Jack, you seem to be very focused on what the Japanese people have done. But do you care to comment on the actions of the Roosevelt administration that led to this? Do you care to comment on the embargoes, for example?
So then, obviously, as you saw, they go in to talk about the embargoes, and he argues, oh, the embargoes are justified, and he says, whatever. Whether or not the embargoes were justified, you can't deny that the oil embargoes played a role in Japan's decision to attack us. That is a fact. It created economic pressure on them. So whether or not they were justified, fine. But either way, they still played a role in their decision to attack us. And basically, one of the arguments from the left is that the U.S. sticks its nose into business it has no business in doing so. It tries to be the world's police, and we go around putting sanctions and embargoes and all this shit on other and tariffs on all these other countries to try to bully them into behaving the way we want them to, and then we're all shocked when they turn around and attack us, right? Could you imagine another country telling the U.S., hey, look, we're putting an oil embargo on you until you get Medicare for all, until you reduce mandatory minimum sentencing or whatever, and X, Y, and Z. We would invade that country and bomb it to oblivion if that were the fucking case. But the U.S., and this is what the people on the left are actually criticizing, likes to sit there and basically police and bully the world and pressure them to do it whatever we want. I'm not saying that Iran's an awesome country, right? I'm not saying that they're the most nice people and they treat people well, whatever. I'm not saying that at all. But you can't deny that you putting, like same with Korea, you can't deny that you putting economic sanctions on their imports and exports or whatever, and resulting in them having not as much food, or in some cases not enough medicine, has the possibility to escalate tensions. You can't deny that. And if somebody's reckless or provoking an attack with their foreign policy, it's certainly okay to question that. But he doesn't get that connection. It's sad that he has that many subscribers. Let's look at another one. There was an explosion in Beirut recently, and people were saying it was an Israeli attack. That was what people were saying when it first happened. They said it was an Israeli attack. So could you, basically what he's implying is we should have just believed the first reports that we had, and we should have just they should have just fired missiles at Israel. Following the deadly explosion that shook Lebanon's capital, Beirut, on Tuesday and killed at least 135 people and wounded around 5,000, social media posts surfaced claiming the blast was caused by an Israeli attack. Now, according to this own idiot's logic, that's enough to bring out the big guns. But let's see what the blast really was. What is known? The blast appears to be caused by an accidental fire in a warehouse facility that held 2,750 tons of ammonium nitrate, causing losses estimated to be somewhere between 10 billion and 15 billion, and leaving nearly 300,000 people homeless. So it turned out to be a fire and not an Israeli missile attack. I think we've said enough on this garbage video. Let's move on to the next one. So the next one, I think I'm going to have to show from a video backup because I don't want to sign into my YouTube channel to watch it because it's age restricted. But anyways, it's called Patriots Bull Rush Antagonizing BLM in Salem Knocks Them Over with Bats, blah, blah, blah.
Stay back! Take the height! Go! How'd that feel? You keep going! Shut the fuck up! Get up, you fucking pussy! Here, I'll take that.
That's for everything that you fucking did to me, bitch! Told you I'd get you!
I'm sorry!
They shot at them first.
Half the amount of people standing in one spot? Not coming anymore! Guys, fire! You fucking fuck me to leave! We're done with Antifa! We're done! All the way back, guys! All the way back! Go! All the way back! Thank you, officer!
So this kind of goes back to the Rittenhouse thing. Would it, like, I guarantee you the right would have had an entirely different opinion if that guy being chased turned around and fucking shot them. Guarantee you. They would be wanting to give that guy the electric chair. Now, like I said, I didn't want to sign to my YouTube and show that video because YouTube's restricted the viewing, whatever. But the comments on this video were like, yeah, go for it. Fuck him up. He deserved it. Blah, 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 blah. So violence is only okay. Like, you sit here and you bitch about violence and you don't condone it, but it's okay when it's by people you support or a movement you support. And that's like a perfect example of the Rittenhouse thing. He's being chased. Oh, he's being chased. Oh, my God, he's being chased. He feared for his safety. Turn around and just fucking waste these people. Would you still be okay with that? Probably not. Don't leave comments on this video or say the videos. How are they I don't get how they're patriots either. What does it mean to be a patriot anymore in this country? And this one's dumb. We're almost done.
I hate that it had to be this way, but y'all made me do it. You made me like Trump, and I'm gonna tell you why you made me like him. When y'all first came out and said he was racist, I took y'all word for it because I don't watch politics. Okay? But everybody that told me he was racist and everybody that talked bad about him in the beginning, 2-3 years later, y'all was still talking bad about him. And I said to myself, hold up. This man can't be doing everything wrong. So I went and did my own investigations. And boy, what I found was a new way of life. You made me do it. You made me do my own homework. And I dove deep. Let me give you a word of advice. If you want to convince the world not to like somebody, you can't talk about everything wrong that person does because it looked like you're a hater when you do that. Trump 2020.
Dumbest fucking logic ever, dude. Dumbest fucking logic ever. You can't. If you want to convince people not to like somebody, you can't criticize everything they do because you look like a hater. Okay, then why don't you like Hitler? I don't know a single person who fucking supports anything Hitler's done. Or is everyone just a hater, or is the hate justified? That's like the most childish thing. Y'all just hate, like that's like when your parents tell you not to do something and that's stupid, and you deliberately do it anyways because you just want to be rebellious. That's like teenage rebellion right there.
Had to be this way.
It doesn't have to be this way. You could still fucking change your vote.
Made me do it. You made me like Trump, and I'm gonna tell you why you made me like him. When y'all first came out and said he was racist, I took y'all word for it because I don't watch politics.
Yeah, even though his economic policies have largely harmed the black population, you know. I mean, he didn't come out and flatly say the N-word, but, you know.
Okay. But everybody that told me he was racist and everybody that talked bad about him in the beginning, 2-3 years later, y'all was still talking bad about him. And I said,
because it's possible for somebody to still be a fucking idiot 2 to 3 years later. It's possible, dude. It is possible. I get it. The media likes to criticize every single fucking thing that he does, but all that little tedious bullshit that they criticize, like the choice of the song he decided to come out with, whatever. I get it. I get it that you find that annoying, but guess what? They did the same thing to Obama. Guess who was another politician who got railed and criticized over every fucking thing he did, and he was even shafted by his own party? Bernie Sanders. Are you going to be a Bernie Sanders supporter just because the right misleads or misrepresents everything he says and paints him out to be this communist, evil person? And by the same logic, you should be for Bernie Sanders too. And what did you find? What was this awakening that you discovered? Anything that Trump has done good? There are a few things I can think of, but anything long term, he did a few executive orders during the coronavirus that I think were largely good. But he hasn't done anything long term.
I said to myself, hold up. This man can't be doing everything wrong.
It is possible. I know it's hard to believe that the president fucks up the majority of the time, but it is possible.
So I went and did my own investigations, and boy, I
seriously doubt you did an investigation. If watching YouTube videos like Turning Point USA or whatever is an investigation, that's not an investigation.
Live TV from 85 plus channels with local sports and news. YouTube TV. Try it free.
I often get asked on here if I would ever date a Democrat. Now let me ask you, would you rather date a man who advocates for the killing of babies and who posts a black square on his Instagram to be a social justice warrior, or would you rather date a man with pride in his country, good morals, great Christian values, and knows how to shoot a gun to protect you and your family? Yeah, I'd much rather have the second option. But to all the liberal women who are going to hate on me for saying that, go enjoy your liberal men at the Women's March. Go march with pride with them. I don't care. Just don't tell me what to do. I often get asked on here if I would ever date a Democrat. Now let me ask you, would you rather date a man who advocates for the killing of babies and who...
Okay, first of all, that's... wow. I don't know anyone who openly advocates for the killing of babies. I don't see crowds of people being like, yeah, let's kill all the babies. I do see people allowing abortions in the case of medical complications or rape. Sometimes women get abortions prior to the 20-week cutoff in most states. Am I okay with that last statement? No, not really. Do I think it's sad? Certainly. Am I smiling and happy when people get abortions? No. I think it's sad. Do I sometimes understand it? Yes. Do I support 20-week or earlier abortions? Not really. I'm not like advocating or proud for it. I mean, should I think it be legal? Sure. Do I recommend you just do it willy-nilly? Absolutely not. Would I make it illegal if rape or complications weren't involved? Maybe. I don't know. I don't really think it's a fetus when it's 4 weeks in. I mean, I'm sorry, I don't think it's a baby. I mean, it depends on what information I learn about fetus awareness. There are many disagreements as to when life begins, but I don't anyone who's like, yeah, let's get an abortion. And what's with this pro-life hypocrisy, right? We're pro-life, but when we get mad over saying but we get mad over saying, for someone saying Black Lives Matter. I thought you were pro-life. Why are you mad at someone saying Black Lives Matter? We look for every excuse to justify the shooting of Kyle Rittenhouse rather than looking for alternative options and techniques to avoid death. And what's, like, I don't get it.
Post a black square on his Instagram to be a social justice warrior.
What's wrong with spreading awareness about black issues? Are social justice warriors sometimes cringy? Certainly. But I'd rather have someone be cringy in the name of good intentions who is fighting for equality rather than someone who wears a Trump hat and rides around in a lifted truck just to be edgy and post Bible quotes on Facebook all day. That's equally cringy to me. Equally cringy.
Or would you rather date a man with pride in his country, good morals, great Christian values?
What do you mean by pride in his country, right? You mean someone who refuses to acknowledge any form of wrongdoing by the U.S., right? Refuses to. And their default argument is, well, if you don't like it, leave. And will support anything in the name of, quote, patriotism. And the same people who say don't be a sheep. Having pride in your country means you work to improve it and the lives of your neighbors. It doesn't mean you wave a flag and sing a song. And I don't know what you mean by good morals. Like what? Shaming the poor? Calling them welfare queens? Just assuming everyone doesn't have a job, or people are lazy, or what? Ignoring race issues? Bashing gays because it doesn't fall in line with your religious beliefs?
Values and knows how to shoot a gun.
And what do you mean by Christian values? Have you even read the fucking Bible, bitch? Guess what? Newsflash, the Bible is for things like slavery, in some cases rape, beating women, beating your slaves. Women are second class, should be obedient to their husband. What's this idea with good Christian values? Wasn't Jesus pro-refugee? Wasn't Jesus anti-rich and ultimately anti-billionaires, such as Trump? Didn't he say it's incredibly hard for a rich man to get into heaven? Wasn't Jesus one of the biggest social justice warriors of them all then? When he advocated to feed the poor and to take care of the sick? Kind of left-wing policies, don't you think? And knows how to shoot a gun. As if people on the left couldn't easily learn or don't know how. And sure, maybe they don't know how to shoot a gun. I'm sorry. Maybe people on the right do know how to shoot a gun. It doesn't mean they're effective with it. It's not like most of them are John Wick anyways. There's actually plenty of evidence to suggest that having a gun in your house increases the odds that you're going to get murdered and increases the odds of suicide and whatnot. So let's look at the number one. Here's the number one murder weapon according to the FBI for 2018. Wow, a handgun. For 4 years in a row, the number one murder weapon was a handgun. Want to see something else that's cool? And like I said, suicide rates increase when a handgun's involved. Knows how to shoot a gun. So they're John Wick. Them having a gun makes everyone safer. In instances of murder for which the relationship of murder victims and offenders were known, 54.3% were killed by someone they knew. So this boogeyman that you're taking up arms to protect yourself against, guess what? Is more you're more likely to be killed by your boyfriend than some stranger. And that's according to the FBI. That's just not my personal opinion. So that guy you're feeling like is going to protect you with a gun in most instances and keep you safe from a boogeyman, when you look at the statistics, he's more likely to fucking murder you with it than to kill some guy in a black hoodie with a face mask breaking into your front door. But I don't expect you to know things like that. I really don't. Because you come off as a dumb bitch.
To protect you and your family. Yeah, I'd much rather have the second option. But to all the liberal women who are going to hate on me for saying that, go enjoy your liberal men at the Women's March. Go march with pride with them.
So now you're shaming men who support women's rights, right? There was a group of women who shamed the women who were marching for the right to vote. They shamed them. They said they didn't know their place. They should just stay inside. They shouldn't be out there advocating for the right to vote. There's been women throughout history in the early 20th century who shamed other women for wearing pants. You know, how scandalous you are for wearing pants. Look at that whore. You're having sex before marriage, blah, blah, blah. And there are women who marched in protest for all those rights and to be treated equally. But she turns around and she shits on them and somehow mocks men who are supporting women's rights. If you think men supporting women's rights is a big deal, fine. I'm more than happy to take away your specific right to fucking vote. Just this women in particular. Because according to you, men shouldn't support women's rights issues. Is that what you're trying to say? And then there's a bunch of comments about how hot she is. And see, notice how conservative women are always hotter. Never date a Democrat man because he isn't a lesbian or something like that. They're just stupid comments. This is one of the worst videos too. Cause it's just it's so ironic and stupid.
Hey guys, guess what? You wanna know what Trump did? He made insulin affordable again. These little bottles used to cost almost $400 a piece. Thanks to President Trump, they're now $15. And all the diabetics said, Trump 2020.
Oh my God. First of all, where do you get a make an insulin affordable shirt? Where do you affordable again shirt? Who gets that? And what's with the Trump mumble rap? That's a thing?
Hey guys, guess what?
And now we're getting our politics from girls on TikTok. Oh my God. And here's the thing, right? She's voting for Trump because he made insulin cheaper. Kudos to him. You know what would make it even more cheaper? If it was free. So I know a guy, well, I knew a guy who was running for president who wanted to make insulin free for you. How come you didn't say Bernie 2020? I'm just curious. 0 is a lot cheaper than 15. I don't get the logic here. I mean, oh my God. Oh my God. You're so stupid. And even if that's the case, whatever, why don't you advocate for affordable housing or affordable healthcare overall? Why do you just stop at your insulin? Why do you just stop there? The left ugly inside and out. Now remember this comment. It only makes sense that smoking hot women are Republicans. The left is ugly inside and out. First of all, she's not even smoking hot. But whatever. It's ironic because we go to this next video, right? We go to this next video where she's going to comment about how commenting on appearance is just slow and a left tactic.
I'm Carolyn Long, and I approve this message.
Jamie Herrera Butler said,
I wouldn't be opposed to support from anybody.
Bought off by corporate
Listen, liberals. The more and more that y'all give us hate, the more and more that y'all make fake accounts to DM us, the more and more that y'all give us death threats, the more and more that y'all come at us for our looks, makes all the conservatives realize that we're on the right side of history. We don't have to come at someone's appearance to get our point across. The left is losing the middle. Y'all don't understand that y'all are literally embarrassing yourselves. When you have to DM someone on a fake account to try to get your point across, first of all, it makes you look extremely insecure. Second of all, it makes you look like an idiot because you have absolutely nothing to say about politics. All you can do is come for someone's looks. Y'all are trying to scare conservatives out of supporting Trump, but what you're really doing is proving to us that we actually know what we're talking about and you don't. And y'all are about to lose the Democratic Party because you're embarrassing your own people now. This is why we say facts over feelings.
That's why we say facts over feelings. Let me give you the facts again. What was it? Oh, let's start. Most Americans live paycheck to paycheck. Most Americans don't have more than $400 worth of savings. Most Americans can't afford college. Around 20% of all children live in food insecure households. America's declining in terms of innovation, in terms of competitiveness. Our people aren't the happiest on the planet. Out of all the other stuff I talked about. Oh yeah, Trump's tax policies favor the 1%. What fact? You didn't talk about politics at all in your whole 1-minute video. All you basically said is you're voting because someone told you someone's wrong. You're voting for the person someone told you is wrong. That's the stupidest logic I've ever fucking heard. The more people give you hate, the more you realize you're on the right side of history. Like I said, that's just such a teenage child mentality where people who say you're doing something wrong, they're just jealous haters. They're just haters. They're just hating on me. They just don't like the way I live, and my parents are just trying to tell me what to do, and blah, 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 blah. Like, that's... Oh, my God.
Listen, liberals.
More
and more that y'all make fake accounts.
Okay, and why did they make fake accounts to DM you or whatever? Did you block them? That's entirely possible. If you blocked them, you're being equally as much of a pussy too by fucking blocking people who are trying to have a conversation with them. And then you're all about free speech and blah, 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 but then you block people you disagree with?
To DM us. The more and more that y'all give us death threats, the more and more that y'all come at us for our looks.
Okay, we talked about the more and more they comment on our looks. We just looked at another video where they were doing the same exact thing to people on the left. And let's look at what the president says too. Let's see about how the president talks and comments about looks. Here's a tweet from the president. Here's just one of many. Great, now I can go after Horseface and her third-rate lawyer. I thought you guys didn't comment about looks. The hypocrisy blows my mind. Zero principle, zero accountability for anything the right does wrong. TikTok girls, get the fuck out of politics. So this other video was the Nancy Pelosi big conspiracy that everyone bitched about.
I take responsibility for trusting the word of a neighborhood salon that I've been to over the years many times, and that when they said, well, we're able to accommodate people one person at a time, and that we can set up that time, I trusted that. As it turns out, it was a setup. So I take responsibility for falling for a setup. And that's all I'm going to say on that. Anything else?
Nancy Pelosi gets her hair done in a salon, but supports lockdowns where you are not allowed to. Liberal privilege?
Okay, so that video was kind of quiet. Nancy Pelosi said in the video she was told that they could accommodate one person at a time and was a setup, and she's not apologizing for it. Oh my goodness. First of all, that chick at the end was fucking wrong, okay? you could go and get your hair done at the salon. However, in San Francisco, at September 1st, which I believe this is when it happened, on September 1st, you had to go outside to get your hair done, right? And if you read the full report of this, Nancy Pelosi more often than not gets her hair done at home. But they were having issues, whatever. The person does her hair had to cancel. So a coworker said, I know a place where you can go and you can get your hair done. And the homeowner released a video, the business owner, crying. Oh, Nancy Pelosi's being mean to me. Okay, listen. If it wasn't a setup, why did you fucking let her in the building in the first place? Okay, why did you let her in the building in the first place? I'm being serious. If you are sitting here saying Nancy Pelosi's not above the law and she shouldn't be above the law, you allowed her to be above the law when you let her in the fucking salon in the first place. So if you knew the rules and you didn't think she was above the law, why did you let her in the salon in the first place? I'm just curious if it wasn't a setup. I'm not saying what she did was right or whatever, but she had misinformation. I believe her story, okay? Because if she was wrong, they could have just told her she was wrong. But they let her in. You see, that's the thing. They do all this and that. They release a video of her not wearing a mask, despite everyone else saying that she was wearing a mask and the thing. Whatever. This video just didn't happen to suddenly eject itself and mail itself to Fox News. Right? It didn't just happen. So cut the fucking bullshit. It was a setup. Okay? Do I like Nancy Pelosi? No. But shut the fuck up. It clearly was a setup. If you were complying with the rules your fucking self, you wouldn't have let her in to begin with. And the thing is, too, that's your biggest concern about all that's been going on in terms of government corruption in these last few months and these last few years. That's your biggest concern, is Nancy Pelosi violating COVID laws. That's the only time you address government corruption. How sad.
Good afternoon, everyone. 2 briefings ago, I asked, where is Nancy Pelosi? Today, I can announce we have found Nancy Pelosi. As you can see, we found Nancy Pelosi going into her hair salon. We will be playing the video on loop for all of you to see during the duration of this introduction. Nancy Pelosi was not in the halls of Congress when I asked where she was. She was not working in good faith to make a deal for the American people. Nope, Nancy Pelosi was found in San Francisco at a hair salon where she was indoors, even though salons in California are not only open for outdoor service. Apparently, the rules do not apply to Speaker Nancy Pelosi. She wants small businesses to stay shut down, but only reopen for her convenience. Do as I say, not as I do, says Nancy Pelosi. Nancy Pelosi is holding up $1.3 trillion in relief for the American people while getting special access to the very kind of small businesses that this money would support, businesses like this hair salon. Before she skipped town to violate her state's health guidelines, Pelosi proposed a bill. It was called the HEROES Act, which contained no additional paycheck protection funding. This is funding that would help the very small business she has bizarrely accused of plotting against her. The president sees through Democrats' disregard for Americans in need, and he took action unilaterally in his own accord. He provided relief from evictions, he provided unemployment insurance, he paused student loan payments, and he cut the payroll tax, putting money in the American people's pockets. Congress also failed to authorize funding to provide children with free lunches for the 2020-2021 school year. And again, President Trump, with senior advisor Ivanka Trump, took action. And now USDA has extended a summer program which will ensure children continue to have access to free meals through the end of the year. Nancy Pelosi is demanding an apology from a single mother and small business owner who has received threats since Nancy Pelosi's comments against her salon. Salon owner Erica Kaya said this, Since this happened,
Okay, I think we get the gist of the video. First of all, I don't give a fuck if you're a single mom or a small business owner. It doesn't mean that you're exempt from any wrongdoing. I'm not saying that she necessarily did anything wrong, but you can't deny that it was a fucking setup. Okay? First of all, she goes on to talk about how Nancy Pelosi violated COVID guidelines and therefore is a piece of shit. And she goes on to say that where was Nancy Pelosi when all these people were struggling? Okay, Nancy Pelosi isn't the only one who fucking abandoned the American people. There was plenty of people on the fucking right and left who went on vacation for a month or whatever as everyone was left to fucking suffer. So that criticism is entirely like misleading of its own. And I'm just really curious why she also didn't go on the next day to criticize Trump, who held an illegal rally that violated Pennsylvania COVID laws. I'm just curious why we didn't go on to criticize Trump for doing the same exact thing, violating. So is that a Republican or a conservative privilege? I just want to know. I just want to know if we have the same standards for everybody when we talk about shit like this. The comment, Governor Tom Wolf's office responded to the large number of people in attendance, saying officials were not contacted or asked for permission to break the mandate. The full statement from the governor's office is below. The Commonwealth did not make an exception for the Trump rally. The organizers neither sought nor received permission to violate the gathering restrictions. The administration plans to reach out and remind the Trump campaign about Pennsylvania's mitigation measures. But nobody said fucking shit when Trump did it. Not one fucking word. Because it's okay for Trump to fucking do things wrong. And we will stand by him no matter what. But we're hypocritical and we're not people of principle. So that's pretty much it. I'm fucking done. It's been hours. I'm exhausted. But do some fucking research. Don't watch these stupid channels. They're just echo chambers. They're trash. I don't fucking know.